Welcome to another exciting installment of the Voice of the Colonel Nation radio show. Welcome. Folks, we got a good show tonight, as you always. Now, when I tell you that the show is going to be lit, then you have to take my word for it. You know, I haven't disappointed you yet. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, and tell a friend, tell an enemy, tell somebody. College Genesis is on tonight, and we are on and popping. We're broadcasting from Liberia, West Africa. I got 2 more days left here, and I'll be heading back to the States. I am not looking forward to it. Like I said, this 6 weeks went by so freaking quick. And when next thing you know, I'm back on the damn plane, back to America, back to reality. It is what it is. I gotta go back to work, go back to everything like that, go back to my life in America, whatever like that. This has been some journey. I always have a good time when I come to this country. It just gives me a taste of what life ought to be about. Imagine living in a country, right, where all the people look like you. The women are absolutely beautiful, soft spoken, feminine, and women and men get along. Women are treated like women, and women are treated with respect. Men are treated honored and respected, and stuff like that. It's imagine living in a country where you're valued. And everything that you wake up every day, you don't have to listen to Anton Daniels telling you what's wrong with you and all stuff like that. You ain't got white people talking about, oh, I got fatigued, I'm sick of this shit. You don't have to deal with white people or whatever like that. You don't have to see a white person. That's heaven. And that's why I say Liberia is God's chosen land. Because I just came to the conclusion today, I said, if God has a land for us, when it has a problem for us, is we need a land of our own. And I'm going to talk about tonight, I saw this one thing where we made a mistake. The so-called black nationalists made a mistake. We were short-sighted. I guess they did what they could do. They weren't educated, whatever. And they said, we're going to build a nation in America. We're just going to ignore white America, build our own nation inside America. And that turned out to be bad because the white man, you would think the white man said, okay, go ahead and build your own nation. But what did the white man do? He made sure. Now, how would you do that? That means you have your own radio stations. You have your own, what we call the Chitlin circuit of entertainment. All those things keep you edified and everything. You have your Negro leagues, you have the Chitlin circuit. Yeah, you could imagine a nation within a nation. But what the white man did was he came in and said, I'm going to disrupt all that, right? I'm going to get into your academia. I'm going to get into your advertisement. Yeah, I'm going to get into your the images that you see of yourself and everything. We're going to get into your thing, like your entertainment. We're going to control all that. And then, as I remember, back in the 90s, we're like, yeah, we're a black nation, we're not. But then you turn on the radio, everybody's talking about drugs, kill this nigga, fuck the East Coast, fuck the West Coast. This is what the white man did. So we were trying to build this nation within a nation. I realized back then that you cannot build a nation as long as white people are still in power because they're not going to let you build your nation within a nation, And all the nation within a nation people are foolish, right? As long as you're under their control, their media, their images, their entertainment industry, you're always going to be under their control. You cannot have a nation within a nation and whatever because they're not going to let you go. They're not going to leave you alone. They're not going to let you go over there. And this was the longest time the black so-called nationalists in America were like, well, what goes on in our community, it doesn't matter what goes on. They come into the black community, right? They own it. Motherfuckers be coming into the black community, open the door and make themselves open the refrigerator and make themselves a plate of chicken like they paying the bills. We ain't got no damn community. You haven't figured that out yet? They come into the black community, open your refrigerator, like you come in somebody's house, run up in somebody's crib, put your feet up, watch TV, take all the chicken out of the refrigerator, whatnot, like you paying the bills. That's what the white man does. They just come inside of our culture, dictate to our culture and everything like that. We don't have nothing to ourselves. Our music, everything like that is for them. So this nation within a nation fails. And I see to myself right now, and I'm concluding now that this idea, the answer to the riddle was always Liberia. That was always the answer to the riddle. Black people need a space of their own where they control. We can get along and fellowship among ourselves without white people or whatever like that nonsense. You should not be going and worrying about what another race of people says about you, whatever like that. When I deal with white people, I'm like, something, when you tell white people, the thing is, you say, well, something, maybe it was never meant to work between us and you. Maybe this country was never meant to work between us and you. They get shocked. They're like, oh, what are you saying? I'm saying maybe America is not the country for us, and it was a lie. See, when you tell them that takes away that sense of superiority and that sense of inevitability that they have. They think America is this great place that the founding fathers or gods that had this concept. And I'm telling them, I said, no. And we're going to see more and more that coming. The black people are the only people that can bring America down. The black man and woman in America don't know how powerful they are. That's why it's disheartening when you watch this FBA shit, right? You're bigging up America, you're wearing the American flag. We could bring this country to its knees, America to its knees. Because America, the whole premise of America is that it's this country of the founding fathers. It's all a lie. It's always been a lie. And the only thing keeping it going is Black America. That's it. They able to create a narrative. Oh, look at the black people we came so. Who cares about how far we came? We could be way much further if we weren't dealing with these fucking devils. They always say, "Oh, look how far they dragged us down." And then when you come up a little bit, they're like, "Oh, you made progress." They ain't making progress. We should have never been through the shit we've been through. We should have never been brought there in the first place. We should never had to go through racism, slavery, and stuff like that in the damn first place. But they use us to say, oh, look how great America is. Black people were once slaves and everything like that. They're using us. So people look at us like, whoa, geez, man, we got a race of people that for all it's worth, at least we're not them. We're not slaves to them. So America keeps us at the bottom of their civilization, psychologically, and mentally, psychologically. So everybody comes here feels like, well, geez, at least my ancestors came here voluntarily. I'm not a slave to them. So everybody has a natural sense of superiority when it comes to the black man, the black woman in America. The so-called foundational Black America that they're so proud of. I'm a foundational Black America. That means I'm at the bottom of the social America. Even the African and Caribbean immigrants have a higher status than you. The white man made it so that everybody that comes here looks down on you and despises you. So we're talking about that tonight, and I just really want to talk about my experience here in Liberia, what I've seen. As I wrap up my last couple of days here, I'll be leaving in 2 days. And I had a good time here. I had a good fellowship today with some Liberians, some elder Liberians. I'm gonna put up on Facebook, I'm gonna put up on YouTube some of the interviews I did today and whatnot. I mean, just unbelievable, Where everything I've been saying for years, there's been Liberians who think the same way. That Liberia is a Black American, African American natural homeland. And that Black America does play a role in Liberia. And this is the missing piece to the puzzle. This country that I'm in right now is a missing piece of the puzzle. That's a missing piece of the puzzle. Liberia solves the riddle, So what you call it? Being FBA does not solve the riddle, the conundrum, the riddle. What solves the riddle, about what do you do when you're enslaved and you're oppressed, right? That you build a nation of your own. That's the answer to the riddle. Not try to assimilate, not try to walk around calling yourself Native American, and not try to change your identity and stuff like that. The answer is you have to part ways with your worst enemies, The answer to the riddle is white America, the Anglo-Saxon white America is your worst enemies on the friggin' planet. You're never going to be safe anywhere on this planet as long as they exist. At least for God's sake. If you can't destroy them, you got to get away from them. That's the answer to the riddle. And I would love for somebody to try to debate me on that and whatnot, Yeah, man, I'm an American. You're an American fucking slave. And these people, like I said, they're basically coming out with this. Hey, look, I'm like this. I don't understand something. And you know something I was watching the other day, right? This lady I don't know, she's a stupid black lady. I don't know if she had a fight with a white lady. I guess she knew her or whatever like that. And the white lady, I guess she was a friend or was not a friend, or somebody she knew. She's old white lady, So like, you're a fucking nigger. Hard ER, nigger. She said it's like 7 times. And the lady's like, well, that's sad. Or the black lady was like, and I'm saying to myself, black people, I'm seeing more and more black people sit there and take verbal abuse, racist verbal abuse from white people. I seen a guy, y'all seen the video, the guy was outside of a courthouse or whatever like that, and the black guy with a uniform on. That means you got the power of the badge and everything like that. He let a white guy call him the nigger and whatnot and threaten him, I'm going to kick your ass, nigger. Say it, and the black guy didn't do nothing. All because black people have this idea that they got to stay in line because they want to make things. But no, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. So that's what I'm saying. You have black people that basically have turned to cowardice. Like people like, cowardice, being a coward. You got Quentin Rampage Jackson, right? MMA fighter and all stuff like that, but he's a punk, right? He's telling his son, don't get mad at somebody who calls you the N-word, right? He goes, oh, yeah. And they found some stupid nonsense talking about niggas is actually a royalty name, whatever like that. No, when somebody calls you a nigger, they're actually calling you a nigger to insult you. They're calling you a nigger to insult you. But he's telling his son, nah, we can't do that and whatnot. This guy, if it was a black person like that, they would probably rumble and beat his ass. But the bottom line is because Quentin Rampage Jackson loves dating white women, and he's all around white people and white women. That's why I don't like black men who pursue white women. Those are the biggest cowards on the planet because they know that they're preparing themselves to hear the N-word and disrespect and stuff like that. There's another video going out where a freaking guy was called the N-word and whatnot, and nigga and whatnot, and the freaking clavicular. They got clavicular saying, oh man, why you call me the N-word? And then it's obvious this black kid, it was by an Asian girl too. It's obviously this black kid was his girlfriend. Called him a hardy nigger. Anyway, the bottom line is obviously this kid was an African or Caribbean. Because he sat there like, I don't know what to do. This girl calling you a nigger, you knock the fucking shit out of her. That's what you do. But, but these guys out there, your 1776ers, they think that's okay, man, being a stupid, dumb buck. Let the white people calling you nigger and whatnot, there's everything. So the bottom line is I need real black men. I need real black men, around me. Are there any honorable men out there? Any honorable black men in the world anymore? Is any honorable men left? And all black men are a bunch of cowards, Am I the only black man out here that's left that's not a damn coward, So, but America does not send trillions to Africa. That's a lie. America does not send no trade. America doesn't send shit to Africa. Whatever America sends Africa, they're getting 10 times what they in return back. It's a debt trap and everything like that. America has never given anything to Africa. That's another lie they tell themselves. Whatever America get is to fund their own NGOs, their own military, their own operation, whatnot, and they get a return on everything they spend here. America, look, let me tell you something. America almost has no will to do anything good in the world. Whether it's the Philippines, whether it's Guantanamo Bay, nothing America does overseas. You look at countries like Honduras, Guatemala, these countries that line to America are impoverished. Everywhere America goes, they leave poverty and despair and instability everywhere they go. That's just honest truth. You know, the only good example I would say is Qatar. Qatar, I think America is not. I don't know if America's there. I think America has a base there, but it's not. There's a whole bunch of countries in there or whatnot. But I have never seen anywhere where America's present, where the country or the region does good. It does not work. You know. Yeah. So like I said, tell that to 1776. The devils cannot bless you. The devils is not going to bring his curses and whatnot. That's why I say I'm in Liberia right now. This is God's land. And the bottom line, we was having a discussion today how Liberians know that if people that America is the fucking enemy. Liberians are not stupid. Don't listen to fucking people like Elvis and everything. Liberians know that America doesn't, and people look at the history, everything, and Liberians are very educated, They're like, this country, America, never gave a damn about Liberia. Never did. America never had a relation like this. That's why people come here talk about, oh, we're going to build a military base. Get the fuck out of here. Over our dead bodies. We all said the same thing. Over our fucking dead bodies. America, we want their fucking embassy shut down, to tell you the truth. Nobody, like I said, I'm trying to spread as much anti-American hatred as I can. That's what I'm trying to do, So Liberians are like, well, okay, what do we need a fucking America for? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. So, like I said, hate is a good thing. America's never done anything good in Africa and whatnot, The USA aid, first of all, they cut it off. And most of the USA aid thing went to NGOs, mostly white people there. If you see how these USA aid people live in Africa, they'll be buying condominiums, driving on jet skis and all stuff like that. And then the Africans get very little of the money. And they say, oh, look at those money spent in Africa. Oh, that's because you sent your college flunkies and everybody in Africa to do some Peace Corps work or some friggin' nonsense and everything like that. The Africans never actually benefited from that. That's to put Europeans and white people in Africa, the NGOs and whatnot. They sit there and sip Mai Tais on the beach and sit in the hotel. Look, I'm here. I see it. They sit there, they have no contact with the local people or whatnot, and they got these nice jobs and everything like that on the USAID. And so I know a lot of people that came here on the USAID before it got cut off. And so the bottom line is it ain't for the local people. It's for Americans that live that want to go to Africa and whatnot, And some Black Americans benefited from it, and so like that. But the bottom line, you don't see the local people benefit from USAID. It doesn't work, It's just to justify America's presence in Africa and whatnot, And the bottom line, the people who actually get the money, they ain't gonna let no money, real money, get in Black people's hands, That ain't part of the thing. It's these white NGOs, these young white people that be working these NGOs and stuff like that, these computer geeks and everything. That's who gets all that money. But it's seen as, oh, look how much money we spent in this country. But they never break it down to, well, what exactly did the money purchase? Who actually got benefit? Were the jobs created? They never tell you that. All they say is, oh, we spent $10 million in this country right here. And where did all the money? Just like it happens in America. People say, oh, we spent, they'll tell you they spent billions of dollars on poverty in America, right? But what they don't tell you is the fact that most of the money goes to these liberal organizations. You saw that even in the Hillary Clinton campaign, right? They basically spent a lot of money. Hillary raised all that money and didn't spend one dime in the Black media outlets. We never get any money. Kamala, for the most part, she had raised $1 billion, right? And the only people that got money was a few people like Al Sharpton and Roland Martin, stuff like that. We never get the money, So when people tell me what they're spending, the Black people, the Black race never benefits financially from anything these people ever do. Nothing, never. Somebody white or whatever like that benefit, and we get the blame. It's like affirmative action. Black African American males never benefited from affirmative action. Never did. Who gets affirmative action? White females Asians, Hispanics, maybe have some black females, here and there. But black American males who basically say, oh, black American males, everything we get, we're doing it on our own. We're not doing it nobody gave us shit. America established a JFK hospital, but that's about it, That was a thing. But the bottom line is this: look what America take from Liberia. America takes fucking Firestone, the money America makes out of Firestone, and all these other stuff like that in Liberia is unreal. So they gave the JFK Memorial Hospital. That was negotiated by Tubman. But that don't mean that you could basically, but most of Liberia, when you look at Liberia right now, the buildings, everything were built by Liberians themselves. And America did contribute certain things. It wasn't America, it was John F. Kennedy. Some American presidents do a little bit more and help out here and there when we're grateful for that. But for the most part, don't sit here and tell me, oh. And what gets me is, what I hate is the people who are racist and everything, they don't like black people at all, whether it's America or Africa, right? But then when somebody liberal does something, right, they're quick to say, look what we did. No, you didn't do that. It was some liberal people, that negotiated that with some black people. If it was up to the real core American, there'll be nothing. JFK Memorial would never have been built. It was up to the true blue Americans. So miss me with that nonsense about America built the JFK. No, it was white liberal America who basically, after years of talking and negotiating, said, yeah, that's a good idea. And that was from the people that did that was started like 20 years before that under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who basically his doctrine was that America should help these countries like Haiti and Liberia develop. That was that for. But people hate FDR. He's a communist, he's a socialist and everything. But yet, completely use his legacy to say, oh, we built the JFK Memorial Hospital in Liberia. That wasn't you guys. That was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. One of the few good white men out there. So don't play me on that, bro. 1776. Don't go playing me, man. Who you think you're dealing with? Had nothing to do with America. That was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And then years later, it was finally broken under Kennedy. Because Kennedy freaking had the same ideology in Africa as Franklin Delano Roosevelt, But that wasn't popular opinion among most Americans. So make it seem like America did this out of goodness in heart. That was just one person. Kennedy thought long term. Same thing with Franklin Delano Roosevelt. They thought long term and everything. But very few American presidents, like this idiot Donald Trump, oh, it's going to cut off all aid to Africa and whatnot. Okay, now what happens is going to happen is Africa is going to move closer to Russia, China, Iran, all these other countries, South Korea, North Korea, whatever. That's just the way it is. Because Trump was short-sighted. Smart leaders in America, like Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy, thought long-term. But yeah, so we're having a show tonight, about this country that I'm in right now called Liberia. I love this country. I can talk about it. And I had this conversation with this guy. I didn't post it up on YouTube yet. But there's one elder. Like I said, when I sit there and I talk to Liberian elders that's been around and whatnot, I sit back and just shut up. Because these guys are sitting there teaching me so much a day. I learned so much a day. And they were like, we'll talk about Tubman's birthday. He said, man, Tubman's birthday, the beaches are packed. He says, everyone's in their Sunday best, everything. He said, some of these guys are old enough to remember Tubman. They said Tubman's time, and he said the country where everybody was so proud to be Liberian when Tubman was president, And one guy, they're obviously indigenous background, but they said, man, when the True Wig Party was here, Tubman said, man, this country was like, see, they remember the Liberia's golden age. Liberia's golden age was, what's going on, Dr. Miko? Liberia's golden age was 1945 to 1980, 35 years. That was Liberia's golden era. And everybody today talk about that time period. Oh man, we had so much. The country was so great and everything. And what I love is they're optimistic, about their connections with Black America. I had to tell them, man, look, I'm Team Liberia, bro. I'm down with you guys. We're down with you guys. Don't mess about these stupid FBA clowns and everything like that. We're down with Team Liberia. Liberia is a chosen land. It's God's chosen land. Whatever we do in Liberia is going to permeate to the rest of the continent. And the one guy I met today, he just got back from Angola. I said, man, I want to go to Angola next year. He said, oh, yeah. He goes, I'll go with you, So I'm planning that for next year. Next year, I'll go to Angola and Liberia next year. So we want to establish something, relationship between Angola and Liberia. It's going to be a great thing. We got so much in the pipeline, folks. It's like unreal. Stay tuned, man. This is this. Now, you can basically listen to me, or you look at Tariq. Now, Tariq Nasheed has a video going out right now showing this. Somebody did that song, White Girls Go Through My Mind. I might play the video. Tariq Nasheed got white girls in his Hidden Colors Museum. Now, if that's what you guys want to follow, go right the hell ahead. You're going to compare me with Tariq Nasheed. You're going to compare me with Umar Johnson. You guys think, oh, these guys got big platforms, call them that. The people that follow me, right, and whatnot, you're going to see glory one day. Tariq Nasheed got the video. I guess he's now is like, yo, man, his FBA, he's stunting. He realized a lot of these FBA dudes, they got white girlfriends and stuff like that. So let's come out of the closet, man. Let's bring out snow bunnies. A bunch of snow bunnies at the fucking Hidden History Museum buying shit, I'm like, what's the point? What's the point? I thought it was a black thing, whatever like that. It ain't a black thing no more because Tariq has went white. He lives around white people, eats their food, sleeps with them and everything like that, But you guys don't sit here and talk to me about Tariq Nasheed and whatnot, Like he's somebody credible I gotta be discussing shit with. Like I said, the only idea that black people need to worry about is eventually an Afghanistan, a nation state. And Afghanistan is not just one thing. It's a amalgamation of things. It's basically Black Americans moving to South Africa in large numbers. It's Black people investing in Africa. It's Black people investing all over the world, right? It's Black people looking beyond American shores. It's Black people basically saying, severing their ties to white America, And you got these white guy people in America, they keep talking about us, right? Like, dude, why are you guys talking about us? Well, this one guy got a video, and that clown Anton Daniels showed a white guy. Oh, yeah, I don't hear nothing black people got to say, blah, 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 blah. Look, they don't get it. We don't give a flying fuck what you think. We don't care what you think. We don't care about you, It's like what the white people are like? They're like that person in a breakup when you try to tell them over with, move on. Instead of moving on from us, right, they obsessed with us, keep talking. Black people this, I'm fatigued. Okay, you're fucking fatigued. And I've been hitting them back on social media like, look, man, I'm fucking fatigued. I heard there was another mass shooting in Las Vegas. How many mass shootings we had? Probably a white male, of course, right? Every time we got child sex predators, mass shooters, all this debauchery and stuff like that, the Epstein files. I'm fatigued over white people. And I told this one white guy, I said, why is your fatigue more than mine? I'm fatigued over you guys. You're fatigued about black folks, but what the fuck we do, I'm fatigued about what the fuck y'all do. So why is your fatigue more valid than mine? Every time I look around, white people are doing some fucked up shit. That's how you fight these people. You throw that bullshit back in their face. You should tell them, yeah, I'm watching your bullshit too. Man, I'm sick and tired of every time I look around, you got all these white people dying of fucking crystal meth, opioids and whatnot, the Rust Belt. That they said the poverty in America, among white America, is just going through the roof. There's a lot of white people that losing their homes. They can't afford groceries when I talk this. They can't afford gas when I. White America's doing bad. So I'm like, look, I'm concerned about white America now. I'm concerned about their daughters have to go to OnlyFans to friggin' survive and take care of their family. They gotta prostitute themselves out of OnlyFans. I'm really concerned about my white people, man. I am. They always so concerned about us. When I'm gonna show some concern about them. So like I said, we're gonna have a good show tonight, bro. Because I'm in God's chosen land. I'm in Liberia. This is God's land. When I went to Providence Island last 2 weeks ago, and I went there and I did a video. I gotta post that video, right? And I said to myself, this is sacred ground. Providence Island is where our ancestors first returned to Africa. That island right there. They dug the well. The well's still there, struck in 1822. That well's 204 years old, the oldest well in West Africa. And they built a settlement right there on that island. And they said, this is where we stand. When they say African, that means where we stand. And Elijah Johnson, all these other people said, this was where we stand. This is where we're going to make our stand. And out of which they said, something, this whole area right here we're going to take this area and bring civilization to this area. We're going to conquer this land and bring civilization here. This is where we stand. And I'm telling you today, I'm in Liberia because this is where I stand. I'm in Liberia. I love this country. Like I said, I only got 2 more days left. I'm just sucking this up while I'm here. Every second of the day is going by, I'm not looking forward to leaving, and stuff like that. And people don't understand. You got people thinking, oh, I can only be happy to look. Bottom line is this. There's nothing like a feeling of being in power. When I'm here, I feel like I'm in power. The people that run the country, everything around me, the people that look like me, I feel like I'm in power. I come to America, right? And the bottom line is I don't worry about, this person. I mean, I get along in America, but the bottom line is nothing like that feeling of never having to apologize about who you are. In America, we got to keep apologizing for being black. Oh, there's some good ways. I'm not going to give a fuck about that, Bottom line is this, you got to be free. And so the bottom line is, like I said, unless you come to, I don't know about all African countries because I haven't been there, but this is true freedom here, liberty. This is true freedom here, And what I love about Liberia is like, there's no ethnic tribe or whatever like that seem like they're in charge. I hear too much about that in Ghana. You got to be a Shanti or whatever like this. There's no real tribes here, Just everybody's just Liberians, modern Liberian, modern black people. And I love it, I feel like I fit in. I feel like I belong here. I wish there was some way that I could actually live here. I wish I could. I wish I could stay here. If I could stay here, I would. And believe me when I tell you that, if I could stay in this country and never see America again, I would. That's how serious I am. So I don't want to hear anybody talking about, this thing. The bottom line is I said what I said. It is what it is, right? So we're going to have a good show tonight, bro. We're talking about God's chosen land. You got a lot of Liberians basically talking about that they want that land back, that Guinea. Baby, ready to stay and don't come back. I wish I could, baby, but I got a business to run and everything like that. Hopefully in a year, or two, I might be able to do that. But I can't do it right now. I got to come back to America. I got to build my business to a point where I can walk away. You know, I wish I could stay here. You know, like I said, when you're around these fucking, oh my God, when you're looking at, look, I just love looking at beautiful black women. Like I said, I'm only attracted to black women. I'm only attracted to black women, really, I am. And you're here looking at all these fucking beautiful black women. They got beautiful smiles, beautiful attitudes, and everything. This place is fucking heaven. This is like, look, if you say, what is heaven? Heaven is fucking, for a black male, it's Liberia. This is heaven. You know, I go back to America. I can listen to stank attitudes from black females. I listen to white people. I can listen to what black women on Thailand talk about how they're swirlers, how they're exploring their options and stuff like that. I'm like, it is what it is. Look, baby, trust me, the black women over here are way better looking than the ones in America. Black women in America are overweight, obese, and whatever. These women over here got beautiful hair. They're slender. They're beautiful. They're petite, and they got freaking class. You guys, black women in America, y'all let yourself go. Y'all just let yourself go and whatnot. Y'all throwing themselves to the white man, wearing those stupid eyelashes and whatnot, some wigs on your head and whatnot. Y'all looking a hot mess over there in America. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this shit when I get back, man. That's how you true. Now, Virginia, we got some hot black girls from Virginia. I do say that. We do got some cute black girls in Virginia, but for the most part, man, I'm not looking forward to listen to seeing Whoopi Goldberg or Leslie Jones types all over the place. That's what you got in America. You know. No, but Liberian women got beautiful hair. I don't know what it is. They got real long hair. They take care of themselves. You don't have to. They don't put. The thing is, they don't use relaxers. Black women in America use relaxers. That's why they kill the hairs all bald because the relaxers kill the scalp. Liberian girls over here, they got this big giant afros, but they start braiding their hair. And the hair's real long naturally. They got naturally long hair. The black women in America, there's years of these chemicals in their head and their scalp, the hair falls out. So black women in America look a hot mess, man. You don't see women in here don't use relaxers. No, they don't use fake hair over here. They don't use weave, stuff like that. I don't like weave. I don't like none of that shit. So it's just sad, man. That, the black women in America. Y'all gotta get your shit together. Yeah, y'all gotta get your shit together. I don't know what it is, man. You know. Oh, come on, Mufasa. Mufasa's always like they're plenty beautiful. Where are they at, Mufasa? Where they at? They ain't in the gym. You know. You see one of those damn the carnival parties. They look beautiful to you. All those women look fucking obese, look overweight. You know. Mannish, overweight. Man bites, what they call man bites. Like three necks and three chins and whatnot, like, come on, man. That's beautiful to you, man. I don't know. I'm just like, here, man. I'm just like, in Africa, women look just fucking amazing. It is what it is. Over here, women look amazing. No, in Liberia, they don't use wigs in hair. They got good hair over here. They don't use wigs over here for the most part. So that's Nigeria. Nigeria's like Black America, man. It's the same thing in Nigeria. But the only thing Black American women don't do is they don't bleach. Nigerians be using them fucking stupid ass wigs and bleach and whatnot. You know. So it is what it is. And what gets me is Mufasa. Sometimes you got cute black girls in America, and they feel they gotta act ugly and ghetto or whatnot to fit in. You know. Please, America got the beautiful. Get the hell out of here. Even white women in America don't measure up anymore. They don't. None of these women in America, everything in America looks disgusting. Women in America act like men. No, which one? No, most black women in America look like Whoopi Goldberg. Over here, they look pretty. Most women in Liberia don't look like Whoopi Goldberg. I'm like, damn. Over in America, they look like Whoopi Goldberg. I don't want to see Whoopi Goldberg or Leslie Jones. And I know that's what I'm gonna see when I get back to the States. I'm gonna see loud ass females going out on the highway, cutting me off and whatnot. And or going to a friggin' burger joint and whatnot. Somebody arguing about their fries, arguing about their goddamn there's onions on their burger they didn't ask for. They turning it out when I mean, I'm just, it is. That's what I got to look forward to when I get back. You know, it is what it is. It is. It is what it is, man. I guess 2 more days. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'll be on a plane in 3 days. 3 more days. And I'll be like, go back to America. I got to do my thing. When I get back to America, I'm just going to do my job, go to my office, do my business, and that's it. I'm not socializing. I'm not going out, no nothing. I didn't want to see nobody when I go back. I'm just going to stick with my family and everything like that because I'm just done with America. So I don't know. I have a good life in America. I have a good life, but the bottom line is this: I'm just saying, it ain't about going out with any females. If you're not getting with me, we're not. I mean, you know what pleasant that is? Like tonight, cute little girls outside my compound. They walk by, hello. They always speak. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? They don't. They don't. It's like impolite when you walk past somebody don't speak. Sweet girls. They ain't friggin' twerking. They ain't friggin' acting a fool. They ain't talking ghetto and shit like that. And then hello, hello, and we're not pretty as hell. I'm like, God, how you doing, cutie? How you doing? And so the bottom line, they act like little ladies. That's what I showed you. What America did to black people, man. What America did to black people. Just you know, uh, yeah, I'm counting the hot. Yeah, I'm counting it down. You know, 2 or 3 more days, man. I'm freaking. That's what I say. I get depressed. These last couple of days I'm here, I always get depressed, knowing I got to go back to the States. It's been a long 6 weeks, man. Not long enough, man. Wish I could stay 6 more weeks. I wish I could stay here for another 3 months, man. I want to get to the point where I can stay for like 5 months at a time. That's what I need. I could get it to the point where I could work over here. That's what another thing I want to do is I want to get my voice over internet protocol. Once I get that my VoIP stuff, I didn't have my VoIP stuff set up. Once I get my VoIP system set up, I could work over here. I wouldn't have to rush back to America. Stay here for like 4 months if I need to. So, the bottom line is this: this is this is basically heaven for Black men in America. For a Black American, this is like places heaven on earth. A male. I don't know what the Black female. I got a lot of Black females come here, living here, and whatnot. But I haven't really interviewed a lot. I got Cynthia Blanford. She's here. She loves it, but she's an older lady and everything like that. I don't know what we got a lot of Black American females here, but I have never interviewed none of them, whatever like that, to get their perspective, whatever like that. Some say, yeah, I'm here, blah blah blah, whatever like that. But the men, every time I meet a Black American man here, they're like, man, why do they keep this place from us? This place is everything in life about Liberia is all about Black America, right? They're Liberians to tell you. They're like, yo, look, Liberians believe that the Israelites, Black America is the Israelites, and that Liberia is Zion, Israel, and us coming to Liberia is like fulfilling prophecy. This is a prophecy, an omen. you know. And so when you come to Liberia and you put down roots and everything like that, you're completing the commandment of God, because this is God's land. God carved this land out with his own hand, you know. We also have had 4 months like the best time. Like, yeah, of course, you're a black man in America, black man from America. Africa is fucking heaven. If you do it right, Africa is heaven, you know. So I don't know. So we could talk all the nonsense, everything like that, till you break ground and come to this continent and get it for yourself. You ain't never understand what I'm talking about. That then you're clear. Like I was telling the elder today, I said, look, he was like basically like asked me, what? Tell me about yourself, Kala. Tell me about yourself. And they're like, man, Kala, you got to come back here. We need you in Liberia. I said, I wish I could. They're like, tell me your story, right? I told them a story about how I wrote the book about Liberia. And I said, the thing is, Liberia is a piece of the puzzle that was missing. See, when you go to life, right, we given one part. We came from slavery, transatlantic slave trade, stuff like that. And then they have this one thing where the black people in America were trying to fight as Americans and whatnot. And that's something never set right with me about that narrative, right? And they said black people fighting for integration and whatnot. Then the way they dealt with the Garvey movement. Garvey tried to steer black people off their end goal. So why is our end goal trying to integrate into America, change American society? That was a book, I forgot what it was called, by a guy named Logan, right? And then it dawned on me, a lot of these authors are white. And the whole narrative is that black people came from slavery, right? Slavery. We got emancipated, right? Which was a progress. Then we went for civil rights. And then it's like we're making this process of called gradualism. And then when you hear about Liberia, how some of my ancestors said that we could build our own land, make our own rules, own laws, and everything. I said, that's the missing piece of the puzzle. See, that part of the puzzle, they left out of our history. That's why we're crazy. You mean tell me Martin Luther King about, I have a dream that black boys and black girls, no. If a race of people hate you, they can't stand. Like obviously, I'm saying like I take white people at their word. A lot of them hate us, right? And I'm done trying to convince them. I'm done. So I'm basically saying it's time for us, black men, to get serious about building in Africa. We need to build infrastructure in Africa where we can sustain our people. We need to build our own healthcare systems. We need to build our money system, our own banks, our own construction companies, everything like that to build our own reality in Africa. That's what we need. So Brewery said, Colin, interesting say America did to black culture include where Africans allowed themselves to be fall victims. Integration, doing agriculture. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. So the bottom line is this. You're never going to get, I'm sick and tired of people trying to sell me on this America shit. It's not going to happen. You're not going to have be at peace with a race of people that's your sworn fucking enemy. The white America is your sworn enemy. Their ancestors enslaved your ancestors. They know it, but you don't know it. They're going to do everything they can to keep you down. And one of the things, how wicked these people are, is they give you this false sense of inclusion, this false sense of gradualism. Just like Donald Trump and the right-wing people are just too stupid to freaking go along with the gag. So the bottom line is this. What black people are saying right now, and the mood's right there, and black people are saying, we dare you to try to bring back segregation. Black people dare you to do it. Because that's what we're ready for. Black people say, okay, we want to segregate, we'll take out $2 trillion a year and spend it among ourselves. I would love to see what happens if all black people would just say, something, we're done with the NFL. No more NFL, no more nothing. There ain't gonna be no more black players, coaches, we're quitting the NFL, whatever like that. Do you know what they'll do? They'll freaking call up Jay-Z, like they did before. Hey, Jay-Z, Rock Nation. They'll probably even pull 50 Cent in, or like that. We got to get these niggas back like that. We're making too much money here and whatnot. When that Colin Kaepernick thing, and black people talking about boycotting the NFL, and first they tried to be like, oh, so when they was looking at, well, we're talking about billions of dollars, then they recruited Jay-Z. That's what it's all about. Everybody knows it. Same thing with the Barclays Center in Brooklyn and whatnot. You recruit Jay-Z. That's why they've been building up all these people to use against us. They've been giving us the Master P's, the Diddy's, the Jay-Z's, the 50. You think these people get millions of dollars because they're talented? The Diddy's and all that. But no, they're basically used by the white power structure to say, this is, but they need to keep black people in line. You know, so it is what it is. I need all black men, young black men in America. You guys are younger than I am. I need every last single black man in America to make a plan to get your passport. I don't give a damn what you got to do. I don't give a damn if you have to freaking work Uber on the weekends. Do what you got to do. Plan to take a trip to the motherland. I don't care what country you go to. There's no excuse for any young black man not to have seen this country, not to see these countries. Get that feeling of living in Africa and whatnot, and then we can build something. Every last single black man should have a passport. Everybody should be traveled. Everybody should have gone to the continent. That's like a pilgrimage. Everybody should have gone to the continent once. Should have broken, touched African soil. Actually, in 1776, you're lying. American tourism is down. Let me read it for you. American tourism now. People aren't coming to America no more. Tourism down. Tourism in America. It pop right up. It says the BBC. Why some travelers are rethinking trips to the U.S. It says why are tourists turning away from America? Well, let's play this video. Let's play this. 1776. (1776) is playing something, telling me something different. But just let's talk about this. So tourism is down. People aren't coming to America. 1776.
The United States welcomes tens of millions of tourists from around the world every year. However, despite its variety...
Hold up.
The United States welcomes tens of millions of tourists from around the world every year. However, despite its variety of star attractions, America's tourism...
Hold up. Let me put this on blast. Let's see on. Okay, here we go.
The tourism industry is now in decline. So why are foreign tourists turning away from the land of the free? Recent data shows a worrying trend for the US tourism industry. The number of international arrivals to the US dropped by 5% in 2025 compared with the previous year.
The US has seen a reduction in tourism, basically since Trump returned to the White House. That has been driven particularly by countries like Canada, where there have been active kind of attempts to boycott spending money in the US because of Trump's threats to Canadian sovereignty. But you've also seen a decline, basically, in European visitors, and that is costing the US economy billions and billions of dollars.
So why are people more reluctant to holiday in America?
There are various reasons why there is a decline. I mean, part of it is about the politics. So, for example, Canadian visitors are staying away specifically in protest at Trump's threats towards Canada. But then you also have a kind of perception problem that is growing because of the protests that you saw in LA and Minneapolis that turned violent with the shootings of Rene Good and Alex Pretty by ICE agents. These sorts of kind of big events have obviously captured global audiences and maybe kind of dissuaded people from following through and booking holidays to the US.
In Trump's America, how easy is it to travel to the United States?
There are also changes that have been put forward by the Trump administration that would make it harder to come as a tourist to the US. I mean, most people will travel to the US on an ESTA, which is just a kind of tourism visa, essentially. Under the new changes, you already have to kind of answer a few questions, but the new changes proposed by the Trump administration would see kind of pretty aggressive vetting of people's social media profiles. They'd have to supply details of what they've been posting over the past several years. And that has kind of alarmed people who maybe have tweeted once that they don't like Trump very much. And they fear that, that could ruin their holiday. So that's another reason that has kind of caused anxiety and kind of apprehension about coming to the US. The next few years are pretty critical for the US tourism industry, starting just this summer with the World Cup, which is being hosted by the US, Mexico, and Canada. But then also you've got the LA Olympics in 2028. And yet there's this reputational problem that the US tourism industry is trying to battle, which is trying to convince visitors that it's still safe and they're still welcome in the US, which is quite something that, at a time when you would be expecting America to be experiencing a boom in tourism and profiting from these big world events taking place. In fact, the opposite is happening.
You see that? So American tourism is down. Everything. People just ain't coming here. They ain't coming to America no more. It is what it is. So Brewery says, Colin, majority of, look, we don't want the majority. I never said I want the majority of black people. I never said that. We have a strong enough of us in the minority and a number of us, that's all we need. We don't need a fucking majority. So this idea we need everybody, I don't need everybody fooled when that. People actually have this idea that I'm online trying to get everybody's fucking approval or I'm trying to recruit everybody. I don't want everybody, Majority of Negroes, I want nothing to do with, Oh, hey, look, man, okay, you don't like it, you're under white man, that's fine, that's what you're happy with, that's fine. But those of us who do travel, those of us who do want everything like that, if you do want something like that, then come talk to me. I'm not interested in everybody, Baruti. People gotta get that through the thick heads and whatnot, Colin, man, I don't want to go nowhere when I'm not asking you to. That's what Bebe Rodriguez and all the other people think I'm begging them. I'm trying to drag them to Africa. People think, oh, Colin, man, you ain't dragging me nowhere. Well, I ain't trying to drag you out. What make y'all think I'm trying to drag you dusty Negroes someplace? Man, get the hell out of here. I'm not trying to drag nobody no place, We got an African American tour group coming here this week. At the end of the week, when something like 40 people coming. So the number of black people in America coming to Liberia. That's what's significant about that is, they could be going to other countries like Ghana, South Africa, way more developed like that, but they're choosing Liberia because of the history, And I do believe, Liberia has a lot to offer Black America, right? South Africa has infrastructure, is developed, a first world country. But, Liberia has a lot to offer too. And I think we have all that, Should have a beachhead in South Africa. You should be able to go to Botswana. We should have communities established in all these countries. That's my goal for an Afristan. We should have organized Black communities, institutions, things like charity organizations, warehousing, help groups and whatnot, legal services, networks of people on the ground working as a community. We don't do that for some reason. We always talk about community, but we don't do that. We don't do it in America, and we don't do it in Africa. When are we going to become a community? In order for you to be a community, you got to have some basic love for yourself, you know? So, like I said, I would love to build, see an African American community here in Liberia. You got people in Ghana, but the thing is, and I hate saying this, right? But I'm looking at the people in Ghana, right? They use the term diaspora. That's a vague term, diasporans. And so you got people in Ghana, and they're from the Caribbean and stuff like that. You cannot, and you got African. We need, what I want to see is African Americans. That's a culture. That's a specific history, So when we link together, we're together as a people. Mufasa and I come from the same background and lineage. I could build with him. I know where he's from. He knows where I'm from. Unfortunately, some people, Pan-Africans, we let a lot of people here from Trinidad and everything, and they don't hold our values. That's why that's why in Ghana, you have all these people here. They will say the African American. No, that's a diaspora community. A lot of these people coming from Trinidad, Tobago, Barbados, Bermuda, stuff like that, and they're going to Ghana. And we're at that. We need an ethno state, an ethno community of Black Americans. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. So that's what I believe. That's what I believe that we need. We just need that unity among ourselves. We don't have time. Now, Pan-Africanism, unity, that'll come later once we're established, right? Well, the problem is, like I said, in Ghana, they not organized there because these people are coming from, a lot of people I know, even though they're my family and everything, they're coming from Jamaica, blah, blah, blah. You can't call that stuff an African American community here because you got Jamaicans, you got Haitians and all these other people, from the so-called diaspora. The Pan-Africanists, they believe in Kwame Nkrumah and everything like that, but Black America as a group, if we're ever going to get any place, man, we need to work together as a people. We need to become a people, and I think that's the problem we have in Black America, Yeah, I love this country, Afro Theory. I love it. Like I said, this is like the one place I know Black people right now will be happy if we build something here. We're not, I would make that happen for myself, and then somebody else coming behind me, I can help out, whatever. But the bottom line is this is the country. I would just suggest people come here just to visit, And the bottom line, I believe that Black America needs to come together as an ethnic group, as a people. Because all these other groups of people are united, right? Jamaicans, Trinis, all these other people, they're tribalized up. Black America, when we go someplace, we're not, it's like, oh, you can't be Black American, you can't be African American, but why can't we? Oh man, we gotta get if people do not like seeing Black America united. We always gotta include everybody else in our shit, And so I'm saying like this, what I love about Liberia is when people talk about Liberians talk about it, they're talking specifically about Black America. It's like, yeah, there's Caribbeans, whatever like that. But the story of Liberia is a story of African Americans settling in Africa, And so the bottom line is if all we need in Africa is investment and serious fucking people, It could be done. It could be done. But we haven't had a real serious investment thing. And the bottom line is this, if I ever get the power, whatever like that, God one day is going to put me in the right position to get the power. I'll make that happen. You cannot build in Africa until we basically build infrastructure. We need Black African infrastructure. We need our own healthcare system. We need our own hospitals, clinics. That's the main thing. We need our own network of businesses, our own yellow pages of construction people and stuff like that, or businesses, whatever like that. We need all that stuff to be organized as a community, The main thing to me is the wellness and healthcare system. That's the main thing. That's what we have to build, to live on the continent. Once you have that, then we need our own finance companies. We need our own banks. We need our own insurance companies. We need all those things, and we need to be in a community among ourselves. We need our own real estate firms. We need our own lawyers and stuff like that. We need all those things that make up a community. What we also need is, like I always said before, is in each country we need an anchor, right? Now, I take the model of the Indians or the Chinese, whatever like that. When they move into a country, they have one anchor business, right? Like the Patels and the other group that comes in South Africa with the G. They're multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar entities, right? They do the major investment, like the ArcelorMittal steel, iron ore steel in Liberia, right? Now, they come there with the major investment. But what you don't see is a second wave, a secondary tier of people that come in. These are Indians that come in that own hotels. They do different things, transport, logistics, you may even have mechanics, whatever like that. They follow it. They may own grocery stores, stuff like that. Black people in America, what we have to do is basically get major investors to come and anchor in Africa where we're going to live at, right? And we get behind that person 100%. That's the leader. That's the flagship. Let's say you got Stephen Hightower Petroleum. He says, something? I want to build a community. I want to go to Liberia and open up an oil storage and maybe get into oil refinery storage and whatnot. Okay, Stephen Hightower, but you got to build a community, a support system, right? That's where the opportunity comes in. You're going to need data centers. You're going to need all this stuff like that to make sure that you have a functioning community, because your workers and people like that are going to want to have a good quality of life. You're going to need sporting clubs. You're going to need gyms. You're going to need entertainment. You need recreation. You need all that stuff like that comes with building a community. I like brooding. I am not interested in whatever you call Pan-African culture. I'm interested in Black American culture. And I'm going to call it Pan-African like this, but I'm not Pan-African with nobody. I've been stabbed in the back too many times by people who are not Black American, And the bottom line is we get left behind. I want Black America to be at the forefront of something. We need something for ourselves, And I know we can't keep other people away because people can't stay away from us. So, they'll eventually come in anyway. But for the most part, I'm interested in building with my brothers and sisters in Black America. That's all. I could care less about Pan-Africanism. That's just my opinion. We wasted so much time on Pan-Africanism and got nowhere. I was on this thing last night with Kwame. He hasn't been on my show in a while. And I was on this TikTok live last night. And, we're talking about Pan-Africanism. What's the thing? And Caribbean is like, well, but the thing is, though, what could break Pan-Africanism is this. When a Caribbean gets up on TikTok and say something like, man, we came to America. You guys are always complaining about racism and that. And that breaks the Pan-Africans. That breaks the Pan-African spirit. You just threw one group of people under the bus, Look, I have nothing with Pan. It depends on how Pan-African is defined. I don't think, honestly, this is my personal opinion, right? I don't think Pan-Africanism means that I gotta follow somebody who does not come from my lineage. I know I have an end game. Like the perfect example of what I'm talking about is this. when I'm talking to a Haitian and Jamaican, they're still Haitian and Jamaican. I don't give a shit about Jamaica. I don't give a shit about Haiti, right? But they got ties, and that's nothing wrong with that, right? The problem is with the black community is this: we let people come into our community, right? That's not from our background, right? They don't understand what we need. Liberia is so important because Liberians know and we know that we're in captivity in America. And Liberians know that when you come to Liberia as a black man, the amount of freedom that you got. Now, that might not be the case for somebody coming from Barbados, where they may be around a majority black society, you know? But Liberians know exactly what it means to Black America, you know? From day one, a place where you're going from a white world. We're the only black people, Afro theory, that comes from the industrialized world. We're the only black people coming from the industrialized world. You know, we're the only first world black people. We're the only black people that basically have friggin' complete, everything is completely under the nose of white people, We're first world people. We're not third world people. Whereas somebody come from the Caribbean when they used to living at, below the poverty line. They're used to living around mostly black people. They're used to corrupt governments. They're used to all these dysfunctions and everything like that. Whereas Black America, we have one thing good about living here is we have a certain expectation. We have a certain standard of living that we try to maintain. That's what we try to do in Liberia. We try to bring, we brought our standard of living and way of life to Liberia. That's the whole thing. And so, like I said, people realize that, Yeah, it does bring a lot of jealousy and envy. We're not third world people, you know. So that's the divide between Black America. That's why we can't be just part of the diaspora when it don't work like that. We're from the industrialized world. We're not. When we go overseas, we're not migrants, right? We're not economic migrants. We're called expats, expatriates. A different status you have as a Black American, African American. A totally different status. We could all say, "Oh, well, Black people," but it doesn't work like that. Yeah, that's the whole thing about Black America, right? Although we're from the first world, stuff like that, the problem is we're living in a white-dominated society. And a lot of Black people really are tired of white privilege. They're tired of racism. They're tired of microaggressions. And like I said, when you're here in Liberia, you really understand that, right? Like me, I personally, like last year, I told the story last year when I got back to the States last year. And I was trying to get my bags from the bagging department. The thing that when you get off the plane, you try to get retrieve your bags, and they're coming to that round thing when you're trying to grab your bags. There's one white lady standing there in the middle of fucking nowhere. Everybody's trying to get their bags. And so I actually bumped into her, and she went off on this, "You touched me," but I said, "Lady, I did not touch you. I'm sorry I bumped into you," whatever like that, I'm not a migrant over here, bro. I am not a migrant. I'm not a migrant. If I come here, I'm an expatriate, not a migrant. I'm not coming from a position of desperation. I don't have to migrate any place. I choose to come here. So the bottom line, I'm a migrant. No, we're not migrant. Black America could never, African Americans could never be migrants. We go someplace with expatriates, with expats. Well, anyways, lady's like, "You touched me with that," and I said, "Man, I just had a beautiful time in Liberia, and I gotta come back to this white lady talking shit to me in the airport. I swear to God, I was 2 seconds of hitting this lady. You know, no, it's not all the same. It's not all the same. You know, it's not all the same. When you come to a country, you're a migrant. You're an economic burden on the country. I don't have, look, let me give you an example, bro. When I go to Europe, right, I can walk around the city because they know with that US passport, I'm going to get on the plane and leave. I'm not desperate. I'm not going to friggin' go, like, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Mama, whatever your name is. When I used Brussels Air, it was not as bad as it is right now. But I first started using Brussels Air like 5 years ago, right? It bothered me. And because I said, well, this is how Africans are treated in Europe. They basically take you off the plane, they watch you, they take you through the airport, and they take you all the way to the immigration part. And then they put you on this place where they say, you got to wait for your plane, next plane, what's it called, the layover for like 6 hours, right? And I'm saying to myself, if I'm 6 hours, right? I'm in the country. I checked in my visa or whatever like that. I'm here 6 hours on a plane. Why can't I walk around the city? Why can't I get an Uber in town? You're not allowed to leave. When you're African, you're not allowed to leave the airport. Why? Because so many Africans, when they get to Europe, let's say they're in transit Africa, they escape into the country and they don't go back. That happens a lot. Just like when there's a lot of African teams, like from Congo, whatever like that. Every time they basically have to leave, what they do is they tell the person, "Okay, you got to be here on this day right here. We're leaving." But that's always a trick because it'd be like two days later they come round them up. Okay, let's go. Well, I thought we had 2 more days. No, they never tell the Africans when they got to leave because most times when they come from the Congo, Cameroon, something like that, they escape and they never want to go back to their country. You don't see that with Black Americans. It don't happen. You know, that's just the truth. So yeah, I don't know. Brewery's talking about some nonsense about Swahili. We're from West Africa. Ain't nobody speaking that Kiswahili. That's nonsense. Brewery got to find somebody else for that shit. We're from West Africa. We're from Central Africa, West Africa. We're not Swahili people. We're not Arabs. We're not something like that. I don't know what Brewery's talking about Kiswahili. I don't want to learn that language. But in the meantime, it's been an hour and 18 minutes. Maybe somebody could tell me better than I can. And let me get the links to the chat room, folks. You want to call in and add to the conversation and ask me some questions. I got 2 or 3 more days here in Liberia. I'm not happy, but I mean, you can learn it, but I learned French, I learned Spanish. Why not? But I don't know if somebody tell me I gotta friggin' stop what I'm doing. I can't speak no more unless I'm speaking in Swahili. That ain't gonna happen. I speak in English. Oh, it's Prince Louis.
Hello, Carla.
What's going on, Louis? What's up, man?
All right, brother. I haven't heard of you for a while. I've been listening out, but I don't think you broadcasted yesterday, the day before, right?
Yeah, day before, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Good. How's it going in Liberia?
Man, I'm loving it, man. This place is fucking great, amazing.
Lovely, lovely, man. Enjoy yourself, man. Africa always does something to you once you your feet hit the ground, bro.
Yeah, man. Like I said, this is. I love this country what it stands for, the history my people had here.
Yep.
and stuff like that. I'm just enjoying this place, you know. I'm not
Good,
looking
good,
forward
good.
to going back to the United States, but I
Mhm.
got to. It is what it is, you
Yeah,
know.
well, that's it. What is it? I mean, we had our way. Trust me, we'll all be there, you know. But the reality is, we need finance to make the dreams happen, you know.
Yeah, you know, you need stuff like that. You need, you know, the bottom line, the reality is, you know, until we get to the point where we could actually make real money in Africa
Yep,
and stuff like
yep.
that, which, to be honest with you, man, I have not seen yet, except
Mm-hmm,
for South Africa. My
mm-hmm,
guy Mark Bland, the black people in South Africa, black Americans in South Africa are actually doing
mm-hmm,
really
mm-hmm.
big things.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't see black people in West Africa. I mean, there are people doing things, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't see anybody actually really winning. You
Yeah,
know?
I think with the sort of profession that most of our black people are involved in, as the country developed a bit more, then there'll be more room because we used to working for big companies and governments, departments and stuff like that. So I think as we develop more, that room will open up more. But for someone like me, I mean, somewhere like Liberia is not a problem at all because I just need timber in my workshop, you know, so it's a different thing for me. But I
But like I
understand
said,
what you mean.
the thing is, me personally, I know I can't right now. I can't live
Hmm.
here. You know
Yeah, no,
what I do for a living and stuff like that. But you know, I said, other than that, I do know is that you know if the black people from America actually build communities, you know,
hmm,
just
yeah,
based on the fact that if you build a community,
yeah,
you're gonna need certain things. You know, community is
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
need uh, it's going to need economics. It's going to need
yeah,
healthcare. It's
yeah,
going to need all those things to make it
yeah,
work. You're going to need a postal service. All those things
hmm,
create opportunity if you build a community,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
But the black people that go to Africa aren't interested in building actual communities. All
hmm,
they're
hmm,
doing is building housing. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
housing
But
is not a community. You know, I try to
no,
tell them that. You know, we build
but
houses with that. You know, my guy, Great African. You know, Great
mhm,
African. He was I talked to
mhm.
him the other day. He has a farm.
Did you go and see him this time? Have you seen him this time on his
No,
trip?
actually he's in Wisconsin. You
Oh,
know,
okay.
he's in
Oh, he's back up there.
so. But I went to see his farm a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
And he
remember you
says there are
saying.
24 people working for him now on payroll.
Hmm.
And what
Nice.
gets me is he does not have a house in Liberia, right? He put
Whoa,
all
where
his
does he
money
stay then?
into building that operation. You know,
Hmm.
palm oil. He sells it to Ivory Coast,
Yep.
sells it to Guinea, and he has a
Hmm.
huge network. He sells all kinds of stuff. He got onions growing now. He got
Yep.
different peppers growing now. He's doing it really
Lovely.
well. And he
Yeah, the
says, you know,
farm is
good,
good. Yeah.
but he's investing in his business, you know, and
Hmm.
I want to see more. If I would see more black people in America
Doing that. Yeah, doing that.
investing in manufacturing and stuff like that,
I think
instead
that's
of
gonna
building
come.
a big house.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen, definitely in Ghana, we've got those guys coming aboard now. Now we're getting this younger professional people now, where there's still a big market for the older generation who want to retire. So there's room being opened up. I know a couple of African American professionals who are opening up retirement homes specifically
And
for African
the
Americans.
thing is, look, we have way too many people building
Hmm.
retirement homes, right?
Yeah,
And that, I'll be honest with you, man, that's not,
it's
and
not the
that's not
main, but it's just,
the
it's what
time.
would it's a start. You know,
Yeah,
it can
but
move
the
on.
thing is, but that's all you see is people building a home, right?
Hmm.
You need look. Bottom line is this: Africa manufactures nothing, right?
Hmm.
So if you got capital and everything in
Hmm.
America, right, you
Yep.
should be building small factories, stuff like
Thank
that.
you. Well, that's what I'm going to be doing. But
And
I know
so,
what you're saying.
the bottom line,
Hmm.
that's it. But the
Hmm.
bottom line, black people, you know, all they want to do is show off. I got a big house in Africa, you know,
Yeah,
like that
yeah,
one chick that she shot. She's still trying to get that land. That Leslie
yeah,
Jones chick trying to get land.
yeah.
And I'm saying to myself, and the bottom line, like me personally, you never hear me talk about. Even though I got opportunity in Liberia, I could
Hmm.
easily have a lot of land in
Yeah,
Liberia if I want to, but I don't want to go down that route.
yeah, yeah.
I would
Because
just
real
what
power comes from business. You see, Carla. So you being a real African male, you know that your strength is going to be something that generates money, so you can stand toe to toe as a man and speak to anyone. That's how I know you're a man. You understand? point to the problems that really matters. That's the way I see it. You know,
I mean, me personally, I'm like this. I ain't interested in building no damn luxury house, whatever
yeah,
like that, you know.
you want
And
business.
the thing is that what I would like to see is, I would like to see more. What I like to see. I like to see major investments in Africa. I like to see major industries built here because it can be built here.
Yeah.
Because let me give you an example, right? Everybody here in West Africa got a flat screen TV. Can we agree on that?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, everybody got flat screen TVs, right?
important
Right around
one.
the same time they start being popular in America, they're here in Africa. Everybody,
Yeah,
every house got a flat screen TV, right?
hmm
How many of those flat screen TVs are manufactured? Not just I ain't assembled,
None.
manufactured in the
We
West Africa.
manufactured them in the 60s, believe it or not, but we stopped that in the 70s. About 77, we stopped doing that.
I'm talking about these modern, the
Yeah,
stuff.
no, the
you see
modern
now.
ones, none of it is being made, as far as I know. That's
No,
what
they're
we
not.
need to
They're not
do.
being made. They're being imported from China. They're saying
China,
made in China.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is, if you're consuming something,
Yep.
right, and that takes
You
a
lose
government
it.
level. If you're consuming something like Japan,
Mhm.
they like this. They said they're buying cars, right? And Japan realized post World War II that the cars they're buying from Ford, GM in
Mhm.
America was draining billions of dollars of yen out of the economy.
Yep.
So they said we have to manufacture these cars for our local market. So Japan invested in Mitsubishi, Toyota, and Honda, right? And said, learn how to build these cars, right?
Mhm.
For the domestic market, right? And then after like 20 years, Japan got so good at building cars, they
Yep.
start exporting them to the West.
Mhm.
And the rest is history.
Yep.
But the bottom line is this: you have to start with your domestic market. If I come here to West Africa and I'm seeing tens of thousands of televisions here, right? To be perfectly honest with you, everybody in Liberia has nice cars and everything. Like no cars are manufactured in Africa. They're assembled,
Yep.
but nobody manufactures cars on the whole entire continent. And the bottom line, you see countries that got almost like 1 million cars. That's billions of dollars being drained out of the economy.
Doing that, yeah. I do know of plans from where I'm from, but I won't go into that. But I do know of plans because we've got VW assembly plants. We've got Suzuki.
You can assemble, but the bottom
Yeah.
line is when I say manufacturing,
You've got to make the part.
Manufacturing means you take the raw materials, make the
Yep.
parts, whatnot, design the part, engineer the parts, whatnot, and everything like that. So you're getting all the value of everything in your supply chain.
Well, we've got coming on board in 2 years' time, right? They've already started. We're going to be manufacturing, turning the manganese into steel, aluminium, and there's a big steel deposits in the north of Ghana. All that, by law, they cannot be sold raw. They've got to be manufactured. Gold can't be sold raw in Ghana no more. From Ghana. It's got to be refined. We've got 2 refineries. The main one was started today, opened by John Mahama with foreign investors. Ghana got a certain percentage. So gold can't leave Ghana unless it's 99.9% refined. It's not as big as we want it to be, but it's better late than never. So they're doing that oil refinery. We've got 2 big oil refineries that's come on board, and we are refining as much oil as Dangote actually, and he's actually supplying us with some crude oil to refine as well because he's got so much orders in. So in terms of that, the government's got their eyes in the right places. But small manufacturing, like what I want to do, unfortunately, there's not enough capital being whittled down for people to get loans to even buy machinery. You got to save it up, bring it by yourself, and the government is mainly relying upon.
My guy, Great Africa, he's a palm oil farm, right?
That's it. He should be getting big loans. He shouldn't be stuck in America.
He should be, but he's not. But he took his own money, right? And all that equipment that he has up there, and he has the palm oil machine thing. He told me that one of the machines he ordered from China, and it broke. And what he did was
breaks down. That's a big challenge.
He went to the local Liberians, right? The iron workers and steel workers, and gave them the specs. He says, "Can you build this?" And they built from scratch, right?
Excellent.
The machine, you know, right
Yep.
there in Liberia, they built the machine. So,
Yep.
you know, and it works better than the one the Chinese. They
The
bought
ones
from the
that he's
Chinese.
got. Yep. Yep. I've got a small group in Kumasi who does that with wood machines. So they've told me the specific machines to buy. Luckily enough, it's the same machine I was recommending, because there's certain machines that was built for our timber in the tropics. So our timber is harder than the ones they got in Europe and all that. And those guys know how to repair them. You know, and the biggest problem they've got is that the new cars they got, once they break down, the way they've made it, you got to take it back to Toyota or something. But the old ones, they can repair that. So the balance, the government's got to get the balance right. At the moment, we get investors, but they're all foreigners, and they're not even putting nothing in the country. They're just taking it straight back out again. So someone like Great African, he should be able to get a loan from the bank, ideally, and be in Africa.
Yeah, that's yeah, look.
This
He
is the hard
knows,
thing.
and I know that no one
This
gives
is
a
the challenge.
damn about him or us.
Yeah, there's another
whatever.
brother from Sierra Leone
Yes.
who's doing it as well. You
Ain't
know,
nobody giving. And when you got something going on, whatever, and stuff like that, you would think people like, oh man, Great Africa, you're doing a good
Yep.
job like this, but that's not reality in
Yep.
Africa, in the Black world. Nobody really
Yep.
gives a damn about you.
This is the problem, that this is the thing that we don't talk about. This is what we should be tackling, because our governments are so cash-strapped poor that the local businesses, you're on your own if you do business in Africa. You're on your own. All right. That's why I didn't want to go with family members, so I decided to hold back a couple of years and save up the money.
That's what I said. That me personally, like I said, people say, "Well, I can't live here." You know, like bottom line, I'm used to if I need something, you know, I could go to the bank, whatever like that, and get money. If I had a good idea, whatever like that. When you tell me that that there's no possible way or whatever like that, but that's hopelessness. You know, that's hopelessness.
Well, I mean, and guess what? We're the lucky ones because we've actually got our feet in the Western world. Imagine the guys who ain't got nothing. You know, it is hopelessness. For instance, let me ask you, Carla, how much was the percentage when if you was to take out a loan in Liberia? What would be the percentage, the average percentage for a loan?
Well, actually, you know, the average loan in Africa, which is non-existent, you know. Well, I would say like this, and I've been telling my partners in Liberia, right? And because, like I said, they even though Liberia has a good system, land and stuff like that, collateral and that. The problem is they don't understand the thing called what's it called, not inflation, but hyperinflated prices, right?
Yeah.
They'll say, okay, I want $1.2 million for that lot over there, right? They don't understand when you get ready to liquidate that property, right? The bank's gonna come and say, okay, where's the location at, right? And I was telling my guy Ross, he said, oh, Syncor is the center of business right there. I said, look, let me show you a center of business. Go to Madison Avenue in New York, right? Go to the Shinjuku Ward in Japan. You know, you see what I mean?
Yeah, big.
So therefore, when you say $1 million, that will hold up when they do their appraisal. But you go somewhere like Liberia, okay, you may say that's the center of business, but in reality, you buy it, somebody sells that and they go to get it liquidated, whatever, or try to sell
200,000.
Let's say 200,000. You just lost like almost $1 million. You know, so I'm trying to teach you people that, right? I'm trying to teach Liberians that when they, you know, they got this. Oh man, the property's worth. I said, dude, man, no, you got to see where you're at right now.
Yeah,
real estate in Ghana will probably be more expensive than something.
Yeah, it is.
Because Ghana is basically a more developed, more society and more business transactions on a higher level right there. So their real estate value is going to be higher. Yeah, because it's the closer you are to where the business is at.
Yeah, that's where you know. Yeah, yeah. It's no.
So you can't just basically like say, "Oh man, it's a beautiful property right there." $1 million. That don't work like that.
Yeah. Because it's properties. Property is what people are willing to pay at the time you're selling it.
Yeah, well, so even when you be ready to say, look, I got this many assets, right? They said,
Yeah.
okay, let's check your assets out, right? And then you go get your property assessed and praised for, right? They go and they do their assessment, right? You know,
Yep.
like you say your property's worth, you pay $2 million, we got it at $150,000.
Yep.
You know, that's
Yeah.
all you can sell that for, or that's all you can borrow against.
Yep. That's it.
You know, so
Yeah.
without teaching these basic fundamentals, and I'm trying my best to teach the basic fundamentals over here to Liberians and whatnot, so we can build a society, right? But you know, they just don't get it. You know, a lot of them just don't get it. You know,
Yeah.
and I try to tell them that. I said, look, man, you know, when you talk about real estate, man, you can't just do your thing. You gotta be honest with yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, Liberia is still a developing country. It's a
Yep.
war-torn country. You know, and the bottom line is this. And like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on there and stuff like that, but most of the businesses in Syncor are by Lebanese, you know, and they're
How have you ever asked how Liberia, for instance, because I know they stood working on it in Ghana, because a lot of African countries they have not done proper geological assessment of the land layout to know what's underground, which is a start. Because a lot of
I
African
mean,
countries,
they're doing it now. Liberia just basically found out they got a lot of
they
minerals,
got
stuff like that.
yeah, they got gold. I know that other stuff. You know, so I was
they have an idea, but the main thing is, like I said, you know, you know, when you talk about Africa, you know, it's, you know, I would say as far as Liberia is concerned, you know, I said like this, I said, you cannot have the Lebanese and all the other people, India, you see what the money they take out of the country every day.
Yeah. This is the biggest problem because our infrastructure is so weak. That's why our government decided everything's going to be electronical now. You got to go electronic because what's happening is this Lebanese they love cash thing. What do you call economies? Because they can listen. We caught a lot of Lebanese with big tractor tires. They exporting tires back to some other African countries. It was packed with bloody dollars. They were
Yeah, no,
taking
they do
money
the same
out.
thing in Liberia, man. They pack crates
Yeah.
full of money and
Listen.
ship them out.
Yeah, between Gambia, Liberia, Ghana, Nigeria, they shift the dollars up and down. That's what weakens the economy. So you got to get hold of it. That's why we've gone so much heavy into gold because we're trying to make everything as electronic as possible, right? Because it's the only way you can combat that. I know the West has gone too far with it, but with us, we're too dependent on paper thing. Once you got that, it's a heaven for the people want to evade tax for crooks. You've got to go electronic. That's why Nanado's administration was always pushing for that. And the Ghanaians were trying to resist it because they don't want to pay no tax. There's money in Africa. You get that collecting it.
Oh,
For the
man, yo,
government.
man,
It's a
there's no
problem.
money in Africa, man. Ain't no money over there,
No,
bro.
shut up, man. What do you mean there's no money? There's no money. There's no money in Zongo. There's no money in Zongo land.
Hey, salute, Prince. Salute, Carla. Hey, Carla, what's
Yeah.
up, bro?
Where you
What's up,
been?
Man, I'm around, man. I'm around. Just, you know, Carla, the time has changed. I don't know why Carla
Yeah, no,
keep on
Carla's
coming early.
in Liberia.
Yeah, he's in like
I'm like,
different
man.
time
I'm
zone.
like,
Anytime I check, I'm like,
like-
damn, the show is over? I'm like, damn, that's too early.
yeah, well,
But
yeah.
anyway, Carla, man, what happened? How it seemed like Liberia has shaped you to become a Black American tribalist, bro. What the hell happened, Carla?
Zongo Bongo, shut up. You know, that's not it. You know, just Zongo, shut up. You know, just shut up. You know, I'm not a Black American tribalist. You know, I just sat here the whole time talking about how I love Liberia. I don't want to come back to America. Let me tell you something, Zongo. Right?
Yeah.
Liberia, right? This country is so beautiful. The women, the land, everything is so perfect here. I'm not a Liberian, but this is close to what I consider home myself, right? I love Black America and stuff like that, but see, Liberia is Black America the way I used to know it back in the days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious. It's almost like I'm reliving my freaking youth, my childhood here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because everything is so the people go
Family
to church.
orientated.
What? And there's no gang. I mean, they listen to that music. I listen to Lil Wayne, and they play. But what what gets me is I'm gonna say something. You know, I got everybody. I thought about it. Everybody's on the thing. I noticed something, right? Liberians listen to the same damn music Black Americans do, but that doesn't affect their culture.
Yeah.
How is that?
Because the
Oh yeah,
culture
of
is
course.
strong enough.
Yeah, it's not gonna affect your culture, Carla. I mean, even if they learn it,
But why is it?
they
Why
don't
is it
know-
Black America is going down this thing of gang? These kids over here so respectful. There's one
I
kid
tell you
today
why.
walking by.
You know,
And I'm
Carla,
saying,
it's not in the society though. We just listen to it,
Because we
but
know
it's
it
not
gets
really like
music.
Yo,
just
hold up.
go-
NBA Youngboy just got killed today.
Did he?
Oh, his dad? Oh, he was shot.
That's what I heard.
No. I think this is someone from his crew got shot.
Yeah, I heard
don't
he got
think
shot
it's-
too. You know, but
He got
why is
shot
that?
too?
Why is that happening?
But
Yeah,
Carla,
Is
even
that what I
Offset
gotta
guys,
look forward to?
even
That's what I
Offset
gotta
guy
look
shot
forward to.
in Miami or somewhere like that. I'm like, damn,
But why
like
is that what I gotta look forward to? And I'm saying to myself the whole time. Look, let me give you an example. I'm looking. I got my app, the neighborhood app, right in from America, my neighborhood. You go to neighborhood app. You can basically, if you live in America, you just type in your neighborhood, your zip code, and you have chat groups and everything like that.
Mhm.
Blogs, like threads of people in your neighborhood tell you what's going on and whatnot. Man, I'm sitting there getting still push notification. I was like, God damn, man, this happened, that
Carla, you know what?
happened.
Yo, Carla, you know what? I think you're right. You know, I was in I think in a bar or something, some other day, right? And I saw a black dude with this, other like, girls or something like that, man. And I'm like, damn, like this dude, he wanted to fight me over this girl. So I'm like, damn. And I was not even trying to talk to those girls. So I'm like, damn, like, why are you trying to fight me as a brother, bro? Like, I'm like, I just couldn't understand it. I'm like, damn, like, in front of the other groups, bro. I just couldn't understand. And I'm like, damn it, I think this Pan Africanism it's not real, bro. It's not
No,
real in
yeah, but
real life, bro.
he's not a Pan African, is he?
Man, they trying to fight you over another group color, man. In America, I was shocked. I'm like,
Listen.
I was like, dude, I was like, bro, calm
The whole
down.
thing
Like,
is, the whole thing
it's
is,
not
the
that
whole thing
big.
is, here, everybody's peaceful. I've never seen, years I've been coming to Liberia, I've never seen a fight, never seen a fist fight. I've never seen anybody argue. Like tonight, I'm sitting there in front of my house, right? Because I had some vodka earlier. I was over my guy Ross's house today, man. Beautiful afternoon today. It really lifted my spirits. So I was talking to some Liberian elders and whatnot, breaking it down. We were just sharing, breaking bread and talking and whatnot. So I come back here, man. I'm sitting there just smoking my cigar, and these kids are walking down my block, right? And I said, "What's up? Wait, what's up, doing?" The kid walked over to me. "Sir, did you call me?" I said, "No, I was just saying hello." This is how respectful the youth are.
That's
All
how
the
you're
kids,
supposed to be.
all the kids in this neighborhood call me uncle. They don't know.
Uncle, man,
They call
Uncle,
me
yeah,
uncle.
Uncle Carl.
That's how
Yeah.
respectful they are and whatnot. And I'm saying, man, these kids are so respectful, adults and everything. And I'm saying to myself,
Listen, Carla, where America is gone, okay? A country where you can just. I remember my dad telling us that if he applied to come to England and America, he said if he would have got to America, none of us would have left Ghana. He told us blank. Because even back then, we knew how things could be on the street. It's the culture of the gun culture.
Carla, do
culture.
you think the individualistic culture
Yep.
of America is also taking away the sense of Black American unity?
I honestly believe, right? I honestly believe that black people in America, right? This is my honest opinion. People are gonna hate me when I say this, right? I do believe that I would say a good majority of black people in America think they're white. I'm just realizing that, right? And then what the reality is, hold up, the reality is when you told them that they're African and they're black, whatever like that, it sends them through a rage, reality. That's why they like people like Anton Daniels, he thinks he's a white man.
Yeah, you can just
All
tell.
these guys like Brandon Tatum, he's a white man. These are guys who are white on the inside. And then also you could do two things. You could do it like you're gonna be a conservative on that, or you're gonna act so freaking reckless and everything like that. You don't care. Like y'all have people out there just reckless and don't care, just ratchet, whatever like that. They don't care. I think look, the bottom line is this: nothing came out, nothing good came out of black people singing the Star Spangled Banner and pledging allegiance to America. Nothing good came out of that. I'm seeing
I don't know what Elvis would say about that.
hold on. I'm saying this got to be a reason because I'm saying these kids over here in Liberia, they listen to the same damn music. You know,
Yeah, man.
they listen to the same damn music. They don't play Afrobeats over here. They play same American hip hop, right? But why are they shooting and gang and banging and say, well, they don't have guns?
It's not part of the culture, man. Tyler, it's not part of the culture.
They run in their own.
Okay, you know what? Even sometimes, I just want to make this quick point. Even here in America, I listen to a lot of like some of the gang song or something like that. And then like the blacks that really grew up from here, I think because they understand the language, it means to them differently.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say like I listen to it, but I'm okay. It's not telling me to do something because I choose to don't understand the culture to the inner level. You know, I might hear certain words they say,
but hold on,
I don't really get it.
Let me give you an example of Zongo, right? You got motherfuckers talking. They asked a motherfucker the other day, right? I know I got Mufasa coming at me, you know. Okay, come on, it is what it is. I gotta say what I got. Look. There was a guy asked a motherfucker, right? If the dude shot you, right, and killed your mother or whatnot, you know, and you see it whatnot, what you tell? I ain't no snitch. I ain't gonna tell you. Sitting there lying dead, gonna die. They shot your mother or whatnot, you know, raped your wife or not, but you ain't no snitch. I got the code. Why do people?
You gotta live by the code, bro.
Yeah, that's just dumb street culture.
So you gonna tell me it's not the friggin' these motherfuckers listening to these dumb niggas on the records telling them that when that's cool. Like I said all the time back in the day when I was a young man, right? I was a young man in my 20s. I was a 5%er, right? And that's when we had this battle, right? We had this battle. Let me get Elvis on a second. We had this battle back then, Zongo and Lewis, right? In the 90s, right? And I got no help, right? I felt like the only thing I had was Farrakhan, the Million Man March. When I watched the culture change in 95, 96, right? People called me lame and everything like that because I was talking about righteousness, calling my sisters wisdom, you know, my earth, my wisdom, like this, you know, black women just God, whatnot. These niggas were calling bitches tricks, hoes, and all like that, kill that nigga. When I say, no, my black man, my brother, you know, like that. We gotta look out for our brother. They thought that shit was corny, you know? They say you're corny. You know, I mean, I'm just serious, right? Yeah. So it made me angry, right? Because I was basically, and then when I had that incident happening with me, when I got stabbed and almost killed, right? And then some people like telling me, so what do you think about your people now? And it just sent me through a rage when because I had real people and everything like that, Amen March, whatnot. A year later, I almost got killed, you know? And so I'm saying to myself, then I watched the whole Big Willie culture, the Tupac and Biggie getting killed and whatnot, East Coast, West Coast, just ignorant shit all the time. I worked at after hours, iHouse, right? The ignorant shit I seen, motherfuckers, women coming there, that married women coming in there. She coming from the club 5 o'clock in the morning where I saw all kinds of evil shit. I was like, man, young girls I knew that were turning tricks and whatnot. And I was like, I saw evil. I saw drug dealing, everybody turning, selling crack and whatnot, you know, talking about getting their money, whatnot like that. And I said, and I looked at the music. The music was like egging on. So I always said it was a music, right? I always said it was a music because what the music does is provide a sanctuary for the ignorance, right? The difference here in Liberia, there's no sanctuary for that nonsense because the culture and everything is still intact. So that even you can listen to music, but there's no sanctuary for it. In America, there's a sanctuary for that nonsense. We don't have anything to combat that, you know. Go ahead, Elvis.
Hello, Elvis. He was chatting a lot of sense, talking pure facts on a.
Hey, what's up, Lewis? What's up, Zongo? It's been a while. What's up, Carla, in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you had a good time today, Carla. I mean, your time is coming to a close. I'm glad you're having some
Thanks
good
for
positive
reminding me.
interactions. What's up?
Thanks for reminding me. You know,
Oh, Elvis, you say what's up to me, Elvis?
Yeah, what's up, Zon? Where you been at, man?
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Elvis? What's good?
You
Go
good,
ahead.
man? Look,
Now Rico said, look, let me tell you something. And I learned something today, right? One
do
guy
they
joined.
have cannibalism songs?
Hold
Okay,
on.
Rico.
Let me address the question, right? Any question, right? Now, I was talking to an elder today, right? And he said he just got back from Angola. And I was like, man, you went to Angola? He said, yeah. He goes, yeah. So he goes, I told him, I said, I'm planning to go there next year before I go to Liberia. They said, good, man. Just let me know, man. We can go together. When the elder, he was
Mhm.
in some Olympics they had for a handicap, whatever like that, because he's an amputee, right? So anyway, we're sitting there talking and everything like that. But he was just breaking it down to me about how serious when he's an older guy. He's like in his 70s, right? I mean,
Mhm.
the other crewman guy, older elder crewman. I was sitting in these brothers' build, and they're sitting there telling me they remember Tubman's time. They were around to Tubman's time and Tolbert's time and whatnot. They were just telling me about education,
Mhm.
how important education was in Liberia. He said, look, and somebody said Ross was like talking about somebody's son was whatever, like they like. He says, yeah, but his son didn't really like it because when I heard this many times before, how serious Liberians were about education. They
Mhm.
said, because if you give people books and education, like I said, you could be in a country like Liberia. What makes you equal is how much knowledge you know.
Mhm.
And basically, they just talk about education and stuff like that. I said, to be honest with them, I said to myself, I wish black people in America took education that seriously. But then again, like you said, they were tasked with building a nation, you
Yeah.
know? So
Well,
when
we
you
were
have
forced
to be
into
responsible to build a
communities.
nation,
Yeah.
you have to really be knowledgeable on a lot of stuff. Black people
Mhm.
in America, man, like I said, mediocrity is, and
Well,
stuff like that. So we never
the
took
thing is,
education seriously. I'm like I told him, and I was telling him about my novel and stuff like that.
Yeah, but
Just
Colin,
basically,
remember I told you like if you remember back in the
Carla,
days of
Carla welcome
like
me. I said 2 words and cut me off.
all right, go
oh
ahead,
man,
Elvis.
Elvis, go ahead. Well, Elvis, let me just make this quick statement, right? I used to tell Kyle back in the days like building a nation state is not an easy job, because you need a lot of different skills and specialties within different industries
You got to
together
know
to
why.
build it. You know, it's not an easy thing. That's why I was asking. But I still believe. I,
Zongo, let me tell you something that you're going to take from this. That you don't listen to nothing I say. There's a man. There's an old saying. This old preacher, this white preacher, one time came to our church one time in New York. And he said this. It stuck to me. I was 18 when I first heard this. It stuck to me today. He says, "A man who knows how will always have a job, will always have work.
yeah.
The man who knows why will always be his boss." See, the thing is, what I saw about Liberia is they produce a bunch of know whys. You can know
yeah, that's
how, but know why takes that extra education, that extra
yeah.
higher learning of thinking and everything on a different level. That's the know why class. Go
Hmm.
ahead, Elvis.
Mhm. That was a good one.
So what's the premise on today's show about Liberia being the chosen
Well,
land?
I said the chosen land of God. I said my whole point I'm trying to make is that like we was at the conclusion, right? The one guy said the elder said I had an opportunity to go to America so many times. I've never been. And he goes, I love this country. I don't want to go to America, whatever like that. He runs and he's an ambassador, and he works in the government and whatnot, but he's real big. I forgot his name, but he's real big in the government and whatnot, and he says he wants to work with me, and stuff like that. So we got to communicate. And
Wait,
he said,
Carla, you meeting political leaders now, Carla?
Carla, you gotta call his name. If he's real big, I should know him.
so my thing is though, but he was just basically like, I never been to America. I never think he goes, this is the best. Him and Ross was like, man, there's no other country in the world that's like that. And then when you really think about it, right? And we're in Thinkers Village, right? That's what Ross is in Thinkers Village. We're in Thinkers Village, right? And we're sitting there in the breeze on the patio and whatnot. He says, not a care in the world, safe. Everyone I said, he goes, this is the only place in the world where you're going to have this level of peace. Oh, I was like, Every other place in the world is
Carla, you're
turmoil.
being bipolar again, Carla. Because a couple of days ago you were dejected. You don't think you can help the country.
No.
What are your stands now?
I was no. The other day, I was basically dejected of what I was seeing, and we had a conversation about what I was talking about, right? And the bottom line is we had a conclusion. Like, I'm glad you called in tonight. That must straighten you out some shit, Glad you
You was
called in
down
tonight.
that day, Carla. You was
Anyway,
down.
check this out. I told Ross, I said, you know what the problem is, bro? I said, you're in the Ministry of Tourism, right? What's her name? Princess, whatever, Cooper, whatever is the head of, whatever her name is. I forgot her name is. Good looking chick. Anyway, I said, look, you guys got to get your messaging straight. Minister information, whatnot. He says, well, we put out a lot of stuff. Or not, I said, look, you have to make the story of Liberia needs to be told, and the messaging of Liberia, right? How you feel like that got to be told, right? And Ross said, yeah, we're working on it. And then the elder comes in. He said, look, man, he said, we already talked. He says, yeah, the problem is we don't have a proper minister of information, right? He said that will tell the story. Now, this guy's a native indigenous background. He said to tell the whole story. And this guy knows so much about Black America, right? And why these people came here and stuff like that, why they established the country, why we did like that. So, he said, look, we are Liberian, we're all Liberian. There's two stories. One came from America and one of the people are already here. He says, the bottom line is this, these people that want to destroy our culture, want to put a false narrative and whatnot. We got to fight that. And so I was like, man, I told Ross the same thing. He said, so we have to fight that with information about the history of the country, So I said, yeah, so that sort of lifted my spirits up. And then, Elvis, I was talking about, I said, Ross, what do you know about Booker's residence in Loafer, right? And then it dawned on me, right? I said, something, I'm looking at all these buildings in Thinkers Village, right? I look at how they're constructed, Elvis, right? If you got land in Liberia, right, you probably pay nothing for it, right? It don't take much, right? To even a grand mansion like that, right? The building materials in that country is so cheap, The only thing really expensive is the water system and the plumbing and maybe the electrical system hooked up, right? When you talk about building materials altogether, you're looking at $30,000. Probably labor another $15,000, if that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not talking about somebody taking some A1 contractors and spending $10 million building on a mansion. You could literally build mansions in Africa for much of nothing.
50,000 up.
Yeah, so it ain't like, so when people say, oh, Buckeye's doing this, right? And what we're talking about is people spreading misinformation about that, And we're in a volatile situation in the country,
Yeah, Carla, that's why Kidola says he built a mansion, because it's not that expensive.
Well, they're not. In Africa, building a mansion is not that expensive.
No.
Building materials are very cheap. All it's about the land. And put a lot of Liberians
it does go up. It does go up in price, though.
I think the materials is expensive. The labor cost might be cheap, though.
The labor cost.
Actually, to tell you the truth, no, the bricks they build, right? A lot of those bricks are made right there. They have a person who makes the bricks.
Yeah, on their
make
land.
1,000 bricks right there on site.
Yeah. When I was in my one, I ended up buying the factory bricks.
You haven't been in Africa a long time ago. They make bricks out of nothing, And once they put that bricks and they put the wall in and stuff like that, it's really like the shell of the house is nothing. It's like nothing, really cheap. The most expensive part is the electrical system and the plumbing system and stuff like that. That's the only expensive thing, the wiring and stuff like that. You're not talking about a lot of money when you talk about building a mansion in Africa.
Someone was telling me in America, here in Washington State, actually my coworker she was saying she bought a whole land. She's not in the FOA, whatever. And she said if she was gonna retire, she might have to pay almost close to $3,000 to be able to sustain herself, including paying property tax and everything, and bills and everything, just to maintain the house. I was like, damn, bro.
Yeah.
That's still like rent money for your own house.
No, it's not. It's not per month. It's usually per year. You pay
No,
property
no.
tax.
It
But
depends where you live as well.
she was just calculating if she's gonna pay like property tax and
Yeah, property
Yeah,
taxes.
people
bills.
pay property taxes every year, Zongo.
No, I mean just to run like the day-to-day operation, like the monthly operation of the house. If she retire, the kind of like cost it would take her to still like to live on the house without having to work. She was saying somewhere within like $2,800 to $3,000 still
Yeah, that's
house.
not outrageous. That's what most people pay monthly.
No, she already like she bought a house. She's already paid for.
Mhm.
I'm just saying like the
The house.
operational house cost.
If you're not paying a mortgage and she's paying
That's
2,000 a month,
Yeah,
The
2,800. Yeah.
mortgage paid off.
Uh-huh.
Also, you have to actually have property taxes.
yeah, and usually property tax is not $2,000 a month.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah,
talking about
Maybe
light
six, but
bills,
sometimes 14, depending on.
water and everything. The
Yeah, she must be living in a big ass mansion.
no,
The water bill is
she has a
quite
big
high in
property
England.
though. She has a big property, and
That's what I'm saying.
she's a
If you're
rat.
paying $2,000 a month and it's not including mortgage, then you must have a very
I'm
big
talking
house.
about food and everything.
I mean,
Food.
she just over exaggerated, man. Come on,
Is
Zongo.
that what you're saying? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, Zongo, have you built a place in Ghana yet?
All right, not yet.
Nigga, what you waiting for?
he's a young guy, Lewis.
Not yet.
You see, listen, these people thinking that Ghana gonna stay cheap forever. No, bruh.
Nah, man. People are dying. People need. No, Ghana's gonna be there.
I thought 1776 said he was going to Ghana. Now he changed his mind. Talking about South.
Yeah, they can go in no place but to a white woman's house.
There's plenty of white women in Ghana nowadays, boy.
Zongo Bongo. Didn't you say you got I'm gonna build Zongo land, something like that?
Man, it was just all bragging, bro.
Mr. Sandman said he can afford $3,000 a year, and he got a maid. So that lady's capping, man.
So what I'm saying is, in Africa, if you got land, like a lot of people in Africa, particularly in the interior, Long County, Nimba County, got a lot of land. Great African got a lot of land. Got a lot of land. He hasn't built. One thing about him, he hasn't built a house there yet. He put all his money in building the operation. I got 24 people working for him. Now he got his palm oil operation and some other operations right there. He basically put all his money in the thing. He's making money. I would like to see more people do that instead
That's
of
what my
building.
brother was saying I should have done. And when he saw the house I was building, I was saying, listen.
Yeah, because of me personally, man, I do not need a big house to show off anybody.
Man.
For me, it wasn't necessarily about showing off. It was like this, yeah. I thought,
Zongo, stop chewing like a chick, man. Mute your mic.
I thought, let me get that out of the way, so I don't have to worry about that. That when that's out of the way, I can sleep. I ain't got no mortgage and nothing. Then I can concentrate on the business. That's the way I saw it, and I don't regret it. But my brothers had the same, and he's a professor at London School of Economics. He told me the same thing. Oh, you should go straight for the business first. Earlier on, if I was in my 40s, I was doing it. Yeah, but that time is gone now, and I'm 56. I need to have something that I can say.
When is the age of retirement in the UK?
It's 67 now.
67?
Yeah, 65, 67.
Jeez.
My dad took it at 62.
Yeah, man. Elvis, why are you surprised? That's the same retirement.
It's close to what we got.
Exactly. I'm like, damn,
By the time I retire, that shit gonna be like 75.
Right, listen, they want to push it to 70.
What the hell are you talking about?
Listen, they want to push it to 70. That means straight.
I was getting excited for college. I'm like, college getting close to that mark, but now you got like maybe 8 more years to go before you get full retirement.
Nah, man, yeah. I'm not retiring at 67, bro. In America, fuck that shit, bro.
Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, I wanna retire early at the reduced,
You're gonna take the cut. You're gonna take the penalty.
Yeah, man. Look, yeah, man.
That's what a lot of Africans do. They reach that 58, especially the men when they're still strong enough to get a couple rounds in. They take the cut and go Africa and have the best 5 years of their life before they.
Well,
Elvis, that's the. I mean, in Ghana, man, our mortality rate is about like 60 something years, bro. Old, bro. I'm not waiting for 67.
Now
What
you
if I
could
die?
you could easily no, you come on. If you've lived here before, you got a couple of pounds. Come
Hey,
on, you get
but
back.
Prince, man, do you watch the stats in Ghana? Most people in Ghana do not they die before 70 years.
Yeah, the life mortality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's because they're taking different circumstances to make that thing. Yeah, most people do go on a bit. They're not. I
Yeah,
think
but
the people in Ghana live longer than the ones I know here.
oh, look, are we talking about an average the whole country, like compared
No, the ones in the
to?
village and all that, man, they live
No,
old
yeah,
age.
in the village, yeah. I mean, my great grandmom died 100 and something, but we're talking about that was in the past, bro. Like she's
Yeah,
over 100
now
years when she died.
and it's supposed to have
Yeah, but
improved.
now we don't, dude. Prince,
No,
Louis, a
because
lot
they're
of
not
people die
chasing a
early in Ghana.
mortgage. They're not chasing mortgages and things like that. They get what they get. They get. They lived in mud houses. That was
No,
it.
like Americans are look. Americans go to the hospital. They check.
No, you Americans, they're killing you with drugs, man. Trust
Well,
me.
well, I'm just saying, like, just
No.
Part of
just
it,
kind of,
Zango, is heart disease. You know, heart disease is hereditary, right?
yeah, exactly,
A
yeah.
lot of
I
Africans have
knew,
heart disease and they die
yeah,
early from it.
I knew one American brother, right? He used to work for Price
Look,
Waterhouse.
look. Even recently, my uncle's, my mama's little brother, like, he's just 60 something years. He just had a stroke, bro. Half his whole body's not working.
Yeah, that happens a lot. That even here, the
The
Ghanaians
diet,
here.
the
Yeah, but
diet is a problem, man. We eat too much oil. We eat too much
living
starch.
in Ghana,
Yeah.
Listen,
you
that's
know.
why I built my house in the village, boy. Stay in the village, eat proper plantain, eat not this zongo, going to America burger shit.
Yeah,
That's your
man.
problem.
But at least in America, because I mean, look, a lot of people generally do not go for checkup. I mean, we grew up in Ghana, like many people don't. I mean, just very few people have the
Well,
privilege to
one
go
they
for
can't
checkup.
afford it. Two, they don't trust the doctors neither. Because some of them
Yeah,
old guardian doctors
yeah,
might
but
explain to me.
yeah, but Louis, we don't want to speak on your personal experience. We're just speaking about the nation to nation as a whole, right?
I'm gonna
America.
visit Liberia this year for the
Oh,
Oh,
new
good.
for real,
year.
Elvis, man, Elvis, you got a
Yeah,
property
I'm gonna
over
go
there?
back for. Yeah, I got 3 places there.
Oh,
Nice.
for real? Damn, Elvis,
Yeah.
man.
Well,
Yeah, I heard that.
one of them I inherited. Well, my mom gave to me.
No,
Still
you
Uh-huh.
do
a
you,
duplex
bro.
rental property. But my point here is, I want to see how the new government is doing. I haven't been in a while,
Mhm.
so I want to go and see.
Look, Elvis, man. Sometimes this politics that we do, man. Like, look, it's all this nothing new, bro. Like even in Ghana, like we heard it. Like it was. I know sometimes I come and speak about politics, bro. But at the end of the day, bro, like, man, it just doesn't matter, bro. Like, regardless, man, society's just gonna be where it is, bro.
Look,
I
you
was
just
just
got
watching. I was just watching a video about like the minister of communication with a laptop that he gave to people, and he's just like the 301 million coders. I'm like, damn, why are you telling the whole country? But I'm like, damn, like
1 million what?
they have like a 1 million coders like training program,
Okay.
and they giving out laptops to people to get in. I'm like, that's like it's the
For
biggest.
what?
It's like accomplishment. They teach them how to learn, IT to gain some
they learn, they
technical
want to
skills.
establish coding in order for the
I'm like,
kids.
man, and it's like a political
Did you
propaganda.
get a lot? Did you get a laptop when you was going to school in America, Zongo?
No, no, I came here at the higher level. I didn't get
Okay.
a laptop when I
So
was.
we don't get laptops here. So people getting a laptop is a big deal,
No, no,
man.
no, no, no. In America, they get laptops, man. The kids, they get laptops.
You get
Johnny,
laptops where? I know we used to have laptops at school, but that's
come
like the
here.
school's
Wait,
laptop.
Joel,
It's not our laptop.
come on, but they still have it though. That's for the kids though.
Yeah, but that was your political man, Mahama.
But I guess the point I'm trying to say is that they were bringing on the media to try and like politicize, like this is
Yeah,
what we're
because
doing
you're
for the people.
Mahama. That's why I keep telling you, Mahama doing that.
And I'm like,
Well, in all fairness, Louis Muhammad's been making waves though. He's been doing a lot of
Bro. Listen,
good stuff
and
for it.
it's kind of like,
listen,
it's kind of look. Even our
listen,
photos are. I get like maybe wait. Let me finish. I know ideology wise, I disagree with the MPP, right? But I'm talking about a real job on the ground. Like MPP also had like the NAPCO, like they were doing
Mufasa, I'm
real
saying, was it a
job.
laptop she could bring home and use it?
yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
because
but
I know in school we had those black laptops they bring out for like science projects. You can go on and do some work and whatever. But that's the schools. After you leave class, you gotta leave it in school. But these laptops, they're giving it to them. It's like their
yeah,
own personal laptops.
they give me like they're putting the president face. Like oh, it's like a propaganda too. I'm like,
Yeah,
damn, like
that's
for
what I'm
real,
saying.
like
You see, this is the NDC for you. Even
it's
after
too
they win the
crazy,
election,
bro.
they think it's election season.
Yeah, but Louis, man, the MPP did the same thing. The NAPCO, this thing, the program they had too, they were paying Ghanaians, like the unemployed Ghanaians, they gave them like jobs and they were paying them like monthly salary.
That's
Because
I didn't
the
like
Oh,
that.
come
reality
on.
is like,
A Chromebook is not a laptop, man.
yeah, but Elvis,
It's
like
like a
what I'm
tablet.
trying, Elvis, I guess sometimes we're trying to do politics, right? But the reality is like the industries that we have, it's
Why
not
don't they?
enough. Let me finish, Louis. It's not enough to meet the rising unemployment rate in the country.
That's
It's not
Sango,
enough to be
Sango, be
working
happy for
hard.
your country. You're doing a lot better than most African countries, and you're heading the right, the right way.
Well, I
So
mean, Louis, man, I'm just speaking about the reality on the ground, bro. Like, come on, man.
No,
I'm
things.
just saying.
I know things are a bit hard, but they're gonna improve because I know certain things coming in the pipeline for Ghana. I know that. That's why they haven't pushed the LTB. Listen, Ghana have been
well,
bribed. They've been bribed with some
Mufasa,
serious investment, bro.
You can't install software on a Chromebook. It's like a Google Android kind of thing. All the things you can do on a laptop. Installing software, installing programs. Running CAD and other sophisticated things you can't do on a Chromebook. It's ready for a kid. No offense to Carla. I know Carla uses a Chromebook, but Chromebook is like a budget thing. Can't really
Yeah,
install any attractive programming on a Chromebook.
I got my laptop right now.
Oh, you got a laptop and a Chromebook?
Yeah, I got a laptop and a
but,
Chromebook.
Like, do you think a Chromebook is a laptop?
I got my laptop for business, right, which I brought.
No, that's what I'm asking you because we're having a conversation here. Do you think the Chromebook is a laptop? You consider a laptop, or your laptop is more of a laptop than a Chromebook?
no, a Chromebook is not really a laptop, man. It's not really a laptop. You can't even download Microsoft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like just ready for browsing, and
Yeah,
it's very
browser.
limited in its
I do a
capacity.
lot of stuff in
Yeah.
Chromebook, but it's it's not like a laptop. Laptop can do everything on this thing right here. So
Yeah.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
You see, my
Chromebook is
problem
like
is
only thing I use a Chromebook for is my shows.
Yeah, for browsing, pretty
For
much.
browsing, yeah. Can't do all the other
my
things.
problem is why come by now Ghana are not assembling their own computers? They should be assembling their own computers by now.
Man, they have it, man. They still have RLG, man. Like,
But they have
But they need
ROG
to
is not a Ghanaian company. That's
yeah, but they were assembling it in Ghana. I know.
I
It's
think
not
that's an
Ghanaian, but
ASUS company.
Yeah,
but
they
were putting
need
it in
to
Ghana.
get their own indigenous one running. There's plenty of Ghanaian computer experts in England, plenty of them.
Yeah.
That's
Mufasa is being technical. I mean, I get it, Mufasa, if you say that. But we're talking about the capabilities of it. It's really not a full fledged.
Yeah. I was gonna say the same thing. It's still a laptop, but it just has
Yeah.
limitations in relative to the traditional laptops, right? Yeah. So
I know one thing I know in regard to what Gala was saying earlier on. You know, Zongo, they're going to be building ships in Ghana soon.
yeah, I
The
know. I
Koreans,
mean,
the Koreans have got some serious investment coming.
yeah, but see, the reality on the ground is like, look, as a nation state, bro, a lot of these African countries, man, we just not there yet, bro. Look, if even this war in Iran, if it was going to sustain for a very longer term, bro.
What are you talking about? The war is still going on. The peace deal is off.
No, I'm
Trump is
talking
sending the
about
Navy to
but
go take that Strait of Hormuz.
because in Ghana, we just heard Muhammad saying we still have like refined oil for up to 6 weeks. That means if all
No,
the refined oil kind of run out,
yeah, my
yo,
sister, we put fuel in her generator.
the
The
whole
price of
economy,
fuel, a thing of fuel is like $35 now in Liberia.
the whole economy is
It
going to
used to be
collapse.
like 20
And no,
bucks,
no,
25 bucks.
and it might be a wake up call for Ghana because Ghana is
No,
actually
Ghana-
producing oil.
Carla, do you buy fuel or you buy gasoline for your generator? Because the fuel price. No, because there's certain generator that use fuel, and then the lower one use gasoline.
The only fuel is gas.
No, it's not the same.
I mean, Kyle, you talking about America? Like he's talking about liquefied.
All I know is
petroleum
I
and-
go to the gas station.
Yeah, because they have the fuel, and then they have the gasoline, the petrol, right? So
No, Elvis, it's actually petrol and then natural gas. Like
yeah.
petrol
So-
and natural gas. Yeah.
Zongo, are you aware of the Ghana's two new big oil refineries that's come on board?
Which
are
one?
you aware?
The Central Oil Refinery? You mean that one?
And the one that Nkrumah had, they've all come on
Yeah,
board. now.
yeah. I know about the capacity too is not enough to meet
No,
our
it's the
demand.
capacity together.
Oh, come on, man, Louis, man, you want to teach me? That's
Down
what I
low, stop downing Lewis. Lewis is giving you all the positive about your country. Just a second.
Look, he
Oh,
doesn't
but
know.
Elvis,
No,
Elvis.
listen. Do you remember the Bost Oil Company? Do you remember the Bost Oil Company?
I know boss, bro.
Right. You know my cousin was in charge of that.
Oh,
No, I'm
Look,
not
bro, it
boasting.
doesn't
Come on,
matter.
Lewis.
I get what you're saying. It doesn't
Right. So
matter.
I
But
know a little bit about
I
it.
knew people that were working at boss, man. Like
Right.
even
Well,
like
my
when I was
cousin was running it.
look, Louis, boss is called bulk oil storage. What
Yeah.
they do is that when they refine the oil and they bring it to the country, they just store the oil in bulk storages. That's
Right.
all they did at distribution
Right.
centers within the country
Right. The
nation.
new. Right.
And then
What
wait, let
they've
me
done
finish.
now.
And then people, those the trailers, they go and buy those oils,
Right.
refined oils as a smaller scale, and they send it to the
Right.
like the
Right.
gas stations. That's what.
Right.
That's
Well,
how it is.
listen. The original oil refinery that Nkrumah built, that they put to an end years ago under the IMF, that's
Yeah,
back on board running, and
yeah,
there's
yeah,
another new one as well that's back on board running. So
yeah.
Ghana are producing enough oil just below the amount that Dangote is doing, and we're working with Dangote as well.
I know.
So
I'm aware. Look,
we don't have to worry about
Thermal,
oil running out.
wait, let me finish. Thermal oil refineries capacity is somewhere around, I think, 70,000
Check it.
barrels.
Go on Google and check it.
Look, I
The
did.
new one.
Louis, look, wait, let me finish. Thermal oil refineries around 70,000, right?
Mhm.
And then the new one, I think, it's around 200 and something thousand, like something like that. Within the close to, not really like, because Dangote is like 650,000.
No, we just below them
Yeah.
with both
Yeah, but yeah,
refineries.
it's called a Central Oil Refinery. I believe. Look, I believe it belongs to someone in the MPP, but I just put some fucking Chinese guy over there to manage it, right?
No, no.
Simon, you're so
I-
pessimistic about your country, man. Chill
No,
out,
no,
man.
but they put a Chinese guy over there to be the CEO, but it
No,
belongs to
no,
someone
no.
in the government, bro. Like, come on,
Oh,
man. I
boy.
know about that.
Well,
Oil.
listen. The ball is on the court of the NDC. You're gonna have to prove yourself now. You're in charge.
Yeah, but Louis, I'm not really. Look, I'm not a cat-bearing member of the NDC. Bro.
Yeah, but you
Now,
sympathize
now
with
you
them,
say that. Now
Zango.
you got the
Yeah,
power. Now you
but
say
look, but I was criticizing them today, man. I was just telling them what the Minister of Communication did.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, let me tell you this, right? I was watching this guy on YouTube. He's like an Indian. He said slavery, like one of those Dean Calloway guys. I think his name is like Mike TV or something like that.
Oh, the
Guess who
mic
was
is
on the
right.
show? Kwame. Kwame was on his panel.
Oh, Kwame.
Kwame was on his panel, yeah.
I
He
was
said,
on a panel with Kwame last night.
Where
yeah.
man? It's not on.
I don't know if you went on that guy's show, Carla. This is the guy that's American Indian and say that
I
they're
don't
Indians.
like that Mike's TV. He's a clown.
That mic
Mike
is
TV,
right.
yeah.
See him up here, I'll block him.
Kwame was on that
Idiot.
panel. Kwame was talking about rice. Kwame said that the native rice is a pseudo rice. so the guy went on Google and fact checked him, and the AI was like, no, it's a real rice. So Kwame called the rice a pseudo rice, like pseudo
The
intellectual.
light skin dude. That
He said he's kind of light skinned, but he might think he got a little admixture, so maybe he think he's not black.
There's nothing but a fucking,
He's
a
an
fucking
idiot.
little fat Irish man with a fucking
Yeah,
tail.
he's.
Little fat Irish
That shit was funny. I wanted to go on there and just kind of bullshit with him and tell him I agree with everything you said. Slavery never happened. The Africans did nothing wrong. We're innocent of all the charges. I just want to go there and bullshit. Where I couldn't go there unless I was a member for 5 days or I was subscribed for 5 days or some shit. But Kwame embarrassed himself. It was funny too.
Yo, John, you got to bring him back to Telegram, man. He's dead just arguing with this,
Kwame, I give him props. He go on any panel. He go on all the panels, man.
Yeah, man.
But that guy said he's dead on it. He's talking about how they were already here. The Africans this, the Africans that. They're trying to make it. I mean, he hates the idea of being an African to his core.
The only thing is this: when people debate me when I always crush it, right? It's simple logic, right? Like the guy that was on the other night, I said, "What food did you guys eat?" The nigga said cornbread.
I wish I heard that shit, Colin, man. Like we asked the guy, he said they had a trade language. I said, "What's the language?" He said, "English." That's a trade language. On Dynasty show, there was one guy that was an Indian.
What's your indigenous culture? Can you give me a dance or something like that? Can't do that. Can you give me something that you show me any monuments or any rock paintings or anything like that? Any famous battles or anything like that? No. Any treaties and whatnot that recognize you or not? How'd you end up in slavery? And the red man.
Yeah, and the you native.
Yo, man,
Carla was on the panel with Dinah's show tonight, but then he dropped up. I was trying to hear what he had to say on the show.
Because I had to do this show, so Diane took so long getting me, so I just drop off.
Carla, what's your opinion on? Well, first of all, you went to Liberia. You became a Black American advocate or tribalist. I don't know, man.
Oh, Gazango.
Can you tell us, man?
Carla's come back to reality. He's been demoralized.
He's against Pan Africanism now. I'm like, man, Carla, what's up?
No. What I'm saying is this: I'm against dusty Pan Africanism. You know, I tell you what dusty Pan Africanism is. Like I was trying to tell Kwame last night on the TikTok panel. And we was to show what is Pan Africanism. I broke it down. What I thought Pan Africanism was, and a lot of intelligent people up there, right? Mm-hmm. Then Kwame basically he gets up there and Kwame, you gotta watch him. You gotta watch him. Right? You remember he's been on here with you, you know. Anyway,
his name is Kwame's Jamaican American.
Yeah.
I know that guy with the
he's a Caribbean
name. With con name together, it's something.
Let me play something. He's a Caribbean enthusiast. The College Genesis always says, exaggeration is what? The bastard child of enthusiasm, right? So he exaggerates the Caribbean contributions to Pan Africanism. He exaggerates Caribbean's contributions to Black America. He overemphasizes everything. And I told him last night, I said, look,
he also acknowledges Ashanti origin too.
What?
He also acknowledges that he's of Ashanti people.
That's fine. But my point I'm trying to make is this: back in the days before he was born, right? When we in Black America, right, which is the vast majority, 90% of Black people are Black Americans, right? When they came to America, right, a lot of it. First of all, they brought a lot of the degeneracy from the islands, the drugs and shit like that. They brought that shit here. Anyway, when they came to America, we call them West Indians. They're from the West Indies, right? That's what the pejorative was. We call them West Indians, right? Over the years, right? Because they've been hanging around, and I said this last night, and they got upset when I said this. I said, look, because they're hanging around Dominicans, they started saying they're Caribbean because they want to be included with Cubans, Dominicans, all that. Mm-hmm. And they basically distance themselves from the Black identity by calling themselves Caribbeans, right? And then they come over here. They always go on TikTok and everything, talking about, oh, Black Americans complain about racism too much. Why not? When they came to America, they understood the assignment. We're Black people. You join the Black struggle and everything, because back in the days, you know, Madam Sibyl Sinclair, the queen of policy in Harlem, she was from the islands, you know? Some of our top Black people in Black America used to be. We never made a distinction between islands or where you was born at when not in Black America. These people came over here on some different shit. I'm a Caribbean and all stuff like that. And so because a lot of these people come here and they're moving into the suburbs and not socialized in Black America, that's a problem. That's when people tell me about Pan-Africanism, it's fake. Because people only want Pan-Africanism when it suits their needs. Like if I'm talking about building stuff.
Yeah, but kind of, you can't socialize with Black Americans from the hood, though. It's not possible, bro.
What are you talking about?
You can't socialize with Black Americans from the hood?
Man. Not every look. The bottom line is
dangerous, bro.
No, hold on. That's a bunch of bullshit, right? Because you go to the same hood, right? Not everybody's there is fucking up. You got like 5% of the people that's doing bad shit. You got people in the hood, working class people. Those people in the hood, most of them own houses. They go to work. They do all stuff like that. It's a culture. You take the good with the bad. If you live in a neighborhood where there's crime, stuff like that, that's what comes with it. You know?
No,
so the bottom line is what it is a lot of these people just simply hate themselves. They hate being Black, whatever like that. They want to be around white people. So they use the so-called hood as a thing, but they don't talk about the fact that a lot of their people are doing a lot of dirty shit in the hood, crime, whatnot, the shower posse and stuff like that. I knew a lot of Caribbeans that were in the gangs, but people from Trinidad, Panama, all the drug dealers I knew growing up came from the islands.
Yeah, you're right, Carla. I agree with you, Carla, but that's because they live in that hood. Most Africans
it's not because they live in the hood. It's no such thing as a hood. You know, every neighborhood is a neighborhood. It's the people that fuck the neighborhood up.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm
So,
talking about.
hold on. When people come to a neighborhood, they're gonna do bad regardless. You know, you could take when you say the hood, you could take them. I know people that live in suburbs. They do more dirt and everything than people in the so-called hood. I've seen that growing up.
Carla, you're right. I agree. I mean, but that one is, oh man, you can only have people like Michelle Obama. It's just not in the DNA to do something bad. You get what I'm saying?
What?
But for the most part, I mean, Michelle Obama, she grew up in O Block, but she didn't like.
Well,
she just went and became famous.
It hasn't even. I would bet that the majority of people actually listen to them, right? The majority of people in those areas, right, are hostage, right? They live in violence, fear, and terror and whatnot. That's just common sense. Just being common sense, realize that majority of people, like I worked in housing projects and whatnot, and the people there, let me give you something. There's one housing project, right, in Portsmouth, Virginia, right? Really bad, right? Real poor. It's real poor. And I go in there, right, for a client. This was like 15 years ago, right? I'm going to see a client and whatnot, right? On the outside of the place, it's called Lincoln Park, right? On the outside of the place, you got the drug dealers standing outside as lookout, right? And they got the dudes standing up front, whatnot. And when you go in there, whatnot, they look at you like, you're not, so I ain't, whatever. And the dudes let you in, whatever, like that, you pass, whatever, like that. But they always have dudes looking out, whatnot. People drive up, they do their drug deal, whatever, like that. But in the middle of all that, right? People are sitting there scared and whatnot, in the middle of all that, right? I went to this one client's house, right? You know what they were doing on a Wednesday? They were having praise and Bible study. And I thought it was just so beautiful. They was like, come in, we're having prayers right now and stuff like that. And I said to myself, how do you freaking live? And they said, well, they just had so much joy, man. They were just talking the gospel. They were just like having so much joy. And they had more happiness than I had, knowing that I was going to be out there and go back to my nice house in the suburbs. They were just so happy, at peace, living in that situation. So I hate when people make a blanket statement against a whole entire community. That's so.
But Carla, you're right. For the most part, a lot of the people that live in the hood are extremely nice people. That's most of
the people are good.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I said most people.
It's like this. Unfortunately, like I said,
the small minority, right? Yeah,
because we live in a society where there's no accountability, right? What you call the
no snitching.
This is the way it is. Now, people will talk when people criticize Black America, and I always defend Black America as this. Do you know, as far back as Marcus Garvey, the Nation of Islam, all these people, all the stuff people complain about Black America, they predicted was going to happen. They predicted all this stuff, the crime, the drug dealers, stuff like that. They said, if we don't do this, whatever like that, we don't do this, this is what's going to happen. If you just stay in America, this is what's going to happen to our communities. Were they right? They were absolutely right. So when people come pointing the finger, why don't you Black people do this? Well, the people that came here, God sent us here, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, y'all tore those men down. You tore all those men, those strong Black men down that were going to build Black America, that was going to protect Black America and provide for Black America. You vilified them. And now you want to sit here and pass judgment on the same community that you helped destroy. I tell white people, go to fucking hell. They ain't got nothing to say. Whatever you see in the community, the hood, is their making. They did this.
Yep.
They did this because we had people, because they weren't saying things that they wanted to say.
Yep.
When they said, this is not it. They said, look, we cannot tell people to praise the American flags like that. We're Black nationalists. We're Black nationalists. We basically, Marcus Garvey was like, eventually we got to leave this, part ways with these people. That was the message.
Every Black leader they got rid of. Every good one they got rid of.
That's the part of Black nationalism that they don't like. What they wanted to do was say, oh, we like all that, but when you start talking about geopolitics and parting ways with America, that's going to cost them money. Spending money in Black businesses. Don't marry within your own race. That was not what America wanted. America wanted us chasing white women. They wanted Black women, Black girls chasing after little white boys. They didn't want to see a strong, unified black community. So now they did everything they can to promote race mixing and stuff like that. And now you have a community that's completely dysfunctional. Now they want to sit here and pass judgment. Man, they can go.
They've created it. They are responsible. They've tried to do the same thing in Africa. Lucky enough, there's enough.
Oh yeah, and also we had a long conversation about this. People like in saying everybody was saying, and we all agree, white people having citizenship in Liberia over our fucking dead bodies. It's not gonna happen. That's what Liberians think. Everybody's like, no, it's not gonna happen. The whole idea of Liberia is a black people's country. You know, they're never gonna have citizenship here. Ellen Sirleaf a joke. All these people know her. They can't stand her. They said she's nothing but a B. She like this. She's a white woman. She's really a white woman, right? And she's basically talking about her German, and she loves white people. You know, she hates the history of the country and whatnot, and wants to have. She really despises her. She the one who spread a lot of hatred towards the founding of the country, the framers of the country. You know, and she's doing that on the behest of her white benefactors. You know, all this, the truth is coming out. You know, well, like I said, you know, when people start judging the so-called hood and whatnot, the hood didn't just pop up nowhere. That was like 100 years of them, their benign neglect, and them basically deliberately destroying things like Black Wall Street, Wilmington. We picked ourselves up. All we need to do, like I said, is get away from this white fucking devil, right? Now, if the other black people want to come here, you guys think you don't want to go with white people, good luck with that. Good luck with that, because we know eventually they're going to turn on you too, because that's who they are. You know, Black America has had enough. We've had it. You know, they've had it. We don't want to hear nothing. People say, but they're fatigued. I told them on TikTok, I'm fucking fatigued. I'm fatigued with you motherfuckers. You know, but you're fatigued. I'm fucking fatigued. How about that? But people are, oh, we're so fatigued. Black people, man, you gotta go to fucking hell. We don't give a shit what you think. Them days are over. And they keep engaging us like we care. But
the minute you say you want to get away, then it becomes a problem for them.
We look, bottom line is this. I have no idea. It's like I said, all these people that sell out, these people that they love, Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, and all those other smiling ass niggas, you know, that's up there and whatnot, you know, the Michael Jordan, all these smiling ass sports stars and rappers and whatnot. That's what they think we are. You know, I'm not nobody's Shaquille O'Neal. I'm nobody's Charles Barkley. I'm nobody's Nagmezi, you know.
Charles Barkley is a disgusting sellout, boy. I just can't watch him. I cannot watch any of his interviews.
Who's this?
Yo, Kala, what I mean is that, look, Kala, just see, I wasn't trying to generalize, but I just give one prime example is that Africans that live in the ghettos.
Well, a lot of Africans, they come here. They
Kala,
live in.
Let me give you an example.
Most Africans who come here, I can tell they fucking live in poor neighborhoods. That's why when they talk, they're like, "Oh, I'm doing this. I'm doing this." They're around a lot of unemployed black people. I understand that. I understand those are my people. I empathize, but people who are just broken. They're around a lot of broken people. So that's their perception of Black America.
Yeah, but I'm not even trying to judge. That's why I just made it very clear that the people that live in the hood, I don't mean everybody in the hood.
Well, and also even look, even people who live in the hood, right? Even people like this. A lot of people, you cannot have a situation where you have a really, just because I made it in America, don't mean everybody is going to make it. You know, I'm blessed that I worked hard, something like that. But I know for a fact of the matter, what I don't do is pass judgment on people, you know, and say, well, I did it. Why can't you do it? Never do that shit. You know, if you're blessed to be in a situation, whatever like that, you're like that, but you don't know what people are going through, why people are acting the way they do, and everything like that. You got to have some sort of empathy, you know, just like we have empathy when we see people getting hungry, like Nigeria. They said Nigeria is facing starvation. 150 million people are facing starvation. That's what in Nigeria. In Nigeria, yeah. They have a 60% extreme poverty rate.
Well, that's down on them. I'm sorry, my
So
Nigerian
my
brothers,
whole thing
but I
is,
Yeah,
can't
but
put my
Carla,
finger.
I think you're taking my comment out of context, right?
no,
I'm not trying to say.
I,
I'm not
well,
trying to
I
say.
get what you're saying. You're saying that
It's just like
people come
it's just
here.
like saying like it's just saying that going to Ghana and staying in the very rough community. That's what I mean. I don't mean like the whole people of Ghana, okay? Because
Oh, let me
Ghana
give
or
you an
anywhere
example.
have their
Let
own
me give
rough
you an example.
communities.
Hold up,
And I
Zango.
just want to give one example. Carl, let me just finish this point. Just quick statement, right? I'm just gonna give an example. There's this guy called Iwo Samo. He's a Nigerian guy, you know. He grew up in the south side of Chicago, Inglewood, right? I mean, his mama brought him from Nigeria, like hoping that they're gonna be someone productive in the society. And then because he grew up where he grew up from, he became part of those gangbangers. Another person is
Well,
this
that's
is
it.
this, there's
Every
another Ghanaian
listen,
guy called. Wait, let me finish. There's another guy called 051 WAP. He's also part of those Chicago gangs, but he's from Ghana actually, right? But he's part of those gangs that like, Carla, you can't just say like they
it's
learned
like
that
this,
from where they live.
Zango. Let me ask you a question. Everybody has agency over their life, right? Like
Yeah,
me, I could have joined the gangs, but I chose not to.
it's
You know,
just this.
I was around the gangs and the drugs. I was around like that, but you know what I had? I had the final call. I had the words of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I read the words, teachings of the Nation of Islam, right?
Carla,
When I
Carla,
read
Carla.
Marcus Garvey, when I, that was real to me. So
Sometimes,
nothing anybody put before me was going to like that because I knew what my direction in life was going to be. Some
Carla,
of these people have direction.
your personality is not to do stuff like that. But as some people, if you
No,
put
hey,
them
look,
in that
Zongo.
environment,
That's not called Zongo. Zongo, let me tell you something. I had, like I told the story the other night, right? You want to
mhm,
listen, right? I
I was not
had
there. I was not there.
every opportunity, right? I was just about to go bad. I told the
Oh,
story the other night. I saw this, right?
oh, okay.
I
I
was
wasn't
just
there.
about to go bad, right? I just made up my mind, man, I'm sick and tired of struggling, whatnot, nothing was right, whatnot. I see my friends, man, they're doing all the crack, whatnot. They got nice cars, girls, whatnot. And I was 25, and I was like, man, the hell with this, hell with trying to be a good guy.
They got a
Hell
pretty
with
girls.
let me listen to me. Hell with spending my nights in the library reading books. What the hell is doing this for me? And then basically, right when I was about to do this, right, about to say, yo, call my boy, yo, I want to get in. I want to do this like that. I listened to the teachings, the speech by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And it's like he spoke to me. He said, I know the temptation of the streets. I know it's a temptation like that, but your life is worth something. You're going to one day deliver people. You're one day going to do something. Don't mess your life up. And I felt like he was talking directly to me, you know? And so therefore I decided, so I'm going to stay on course. It's because I took agency and responsibility over my life. So I don't want to hear people talking about, oh, I got around the gangs and the Black Americans influence. That's a lie. That's what you were. That's who you are. People can't blame other people like that. That's who
Yeah,
you
but
are.
Carla. But do we know like all humans are not the same? There are some people they can be easily influenced by friends, and there are some that they just born leaders. Like someone like you're just not a follower, Carla. It could be that that's who you
Well,
are.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
not a
Well,
follower.
I just have to be strong. That's why,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
some people are just born to be followers, and others are not.
So,
That's why they're not gonna join.
I know, even though if I wasn't a leader, right, or following that, but I'm just like, I know one thing, Elvis, Dongo, the truth of wrong from right, and once
Okay, yeah.
once you know that truth of wrong from right, I know right from wrong, right?
Hmm.
And so when I see people all the time now, and there's a lot, it's like, look, people don't understand something, Zongo. Being black in America is the ultimate test.
Yeah, I
It
know.
tests you. You know why? Because you live in a situation where it's so unfair and unjust. Wrong seems right.
Yeah.
It's hard for us to tell somebody like a Bumpy Johnson and all these other people out there like this that were gangsters and that made millions of dollars that they were wrong.
Yeah, I
Because
do.
we're living in a situation that's wrong for black people, right? So when people do go down there, it's the only thing that kept us sane is this thing called black love.
Yeah, Carla, I
We
think you're right. Look, I even met someone from Gary, Indiana, man, and Gary, Indiana, always have just bad news. But that person was super, super nice and cool, man. I'm like, yeah, for real. So like, I was gonna meet some killers out there, man. They just super nice people, like they do great things.
Is it my whole thing is Uncle, is the fact of the matter is it's very tough. Being a black man in a white country, in a white racist country that don't like you, whatever like that, where they're basically saying you can't be here, you can't have this. They denied us, redlined us, everything like that. They did all this stuff, this evil stuff to us, crammed us in communities, didn't give us education, didn't give us money, took our money from us, took our labor, took everything like that, and gave us nothing. We're not, and it was a completely unfair, unjust world. But that's the hand we were dealt, right? So
You gotta comment down there, like you know that person.
I don't want to give a fuck what he says. I don't give a fuck. What he says. Anyway, check us out.
Yeah, but Cal, I have a question for you. Let me ask you the question. Like, you were saying that because I heard you saying like Black Americans when they leave their country, they gotta come together as a community. Like, what are you noticing since you've been in Liberia? Because I'm kind of like really curious about.
Well, I've noticed that. One is the average Liberian, right? They don't have, like, I would say, not even 5% of the wealth of Black America.
Oh, okay.
Not even 5%. Not 5. They don't have anything. But the bottom line is, why are they so happy? The kids out here playing every day and whatnot. They're just playing every night. The people, the fellowship, they love each other and whatnot. Everybody comes on each other's too. Like what you call the girls. The one kid comes to my house one night, and let's say their LEC is off right now, and they can't afford to meet her for the day. They gotta wait till the market. They gotta come in and charge their phones. Hey, come on in my house, charge your phones up. Go ahead. It's no big deal. My guy, security guy, white cooks, whatnot. She takes him out of place. He's hungry out there. Ruben's a good guy. Whatnot. The security guy at the gate. We take him a plate of food. Look, bottom line is this: everybody shares with each other. Everybody communes with each other. Everybody basically
communities, like a community.
So what I'm saying is this: I realize now what this term means. It takes a village to raise a child. Because everybody is important. And right now, the kids here, they call me uncle. They say, "Hey, uncle." They don't even know me. They call me uncle because of the way I present myself and whatnot. They say,
it's kind of respect, though. It's kind of respect to Africans.
So, but what I'm saying, my point is, in America, right? If you say hello to a young girl, right away they're thinking, "Oh, sexual predator," or whatever the hell is. America is
a big problem. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah,
it's terrible in England.
Yeah,
Louis, it's like that too in England, Louis.
Oh, it's terrible. Trust me. The easiest thing they can say against you is, "Oh, he touched me," or some crap. If you don't have the camera on, you're in trouble, bro.
So this is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a society, America's society. The culture is broken. It's a
I had the same experience when I had my first. I had the same experience when I had a job over here in America. I was just saying like, I just say like, just embracing your biological nature is not a big thing though. Oh man, the girl she's a white girl. She just went nuts. How dare me say that? Oh, she said she wanted to have a baby.
The bottom line.
What do you mean by that, Zongo? What do you mean by that?
She said she didn't want to have kid, and she just there's the idea of having a baby just make her like angry. So I was just saying like, hey, I'm like, why are you having this animosity towards kids? Like, you just have to embrace your biological nature as a female.
No, that's offensive to them.
I didn't know, man. I'm still African, bro.
What's your biological nature as a man, Zongo?
I guess, but I mean, I was just speaking from
you're being an ignorant asshole. That's why the girl got mad. Everybody has a choice, Bravo. If a woman doesn't want to have kids, that's her personal choice. It's not a biological.
But Elvis, it's not like they're strangers. Like I was sitting, it was a lunch break. I was sitting in the.
You did it at a workplace, Zongo?
Yeah, cafeteria, man.
You're an idiot. You don't do that kind of shit at the workplace.
But Elvis, you gotta understand. Look, Zongo's still new in America, bro. I mean, I've been here like not long ago, bro. Like,
okay, so you're just a country bumpkin off the boat. You don't know no better. Don't do that at school. Don't do that at the workplace, but especially at the workplace.
Yeah. So I learned my lesson, bro. So I don't even like, hey, you know what? Even in fact, at the workplace, I don't even sit with those girls anymore.
Yeah, it's dumb.
You leave
Because
them when they get past the age of 30, they start regretting and crying.
Which point I'm trying to make is you asked me.
And all of a sudden, all those girls acted like they didn't know me. Like there's 3 white girls. Like I was sitting on the table, they came to sit on my table, and I said that like, I just made a mistake, right? Because I was just speaking from like.
Because you question her autonomy, Zongo. How can you do such a thing?
Look, but Elvis, it's not like I was speaking like with authority. I was just,
No, you're. It's like telling a woman your place is the kitchen. It's like putting a limit on a woman what she can and can't do.
I get what you're saying, but at least you just gotta give me
The
like
place
the
is the
grace that
kitchen.
you still gotta give me the grace that like, oh, okay, Zongo is not really.
No, you
like-
should have told her I'm just an African. I don't know. I don't
but
really
they
know
know,
English.
but Elvis, they know, bro. Come on, man. They know. Why you acting like they don't know, bro? They know, like I didn't grow up in America. They know that.
No, you're supposed to act like the idiot. Say, don't blame me. I don't know nothing. I just give them Africa. I don't know anything. And start crying.
Yeah,
No,
but
but
Elvis. Even
enough
the
of this.
other
Let's
one.
get back to the topic. I don't
Yeah.
care about this stupid shit.
Elvis is crazy as usual, man. Elvis.
What did I do, Zago? You're the one that told the girl she places to be having babies. What did I do?
So who cares,
Elvis, like I shouldn't even say that, bro. Elvis,
Look, my whole thing is you say whatever you say. Well, I didn't say anything about that. Is the fact of the matter is if you say anything nowadays, if you say hello or you say anything nowadays, it could be misconstrued as sexual aggression or.
But Carlos,
So
you
this
haven't
is-
answered my question though. What are Black Americans doing wrong when they go to Africa? Like, because you
Well,
give
I
an
don't
example.
me personally, when I
You give an example with the Indians, the Lebanese. You saying like,
well,
'cause I heard
hold
you
on,
say, like,
hold up.
they have to come together as a
The
community.
thing is, you asked me a question, let me answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Indians and these other people are coming here. They had the Indians, if you understand anything about Indians, right? They see what they're globally connected. They're taking over Fresno, Texas, right? They're taking over certain areas. The Indians on the African continent, with Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, they're connected. So Liberia is just one mother country that they're in. They're connected. And also they got backing from bankers and find the home country. Black people in America do not have that. We do not have that support system. That just doesn't exist. It is what it is, It is what it is. And so the bottom line is this. This is because, I don't think the Africans really took this Pan-African thing as vital and secure thing. Because the bottom line is this. When you look at Indians, the Lebanese, and all these other people right here, they're taking so much money out of Africa. It's unfucking real. And that's money Africa needs to develop. How you gonna have it develop then if they're taking almost half the wealth out of your country every year, right? There's nothing circulating back in. And the Africans haven't figured that out, that you cannot have a foreign race. It would be better if Liberians had Nigerians and recruited other people. Then I found out today, I asked one of the elders, I said, does Angola got a diplomatic relationship with Liberia? They said, no, we use because he went to Angola and Congo, Kinshasa, right? For this thing he's doing, right? He says, no, we, Angola got visa on arrival. We got a visa on arrival. He said, well, he went to the embassy. Liberia does got a DRC embassy in Monrovia. We have a DRC member. We don't have
okay. DRC on Congo.
So
just right.
I'm saying to myself, how is it that friggin' African country like me, I introduce more Africans to each other than they ever would, right? I introduced so many Zambians to Angolans. I introduced so many Ghanaians to Liberians, stuff like that, through my BAL networks, right? And I'm saying to myself, you guys are on the same goddamn continent. How come you guys aren't working together, right? There's freaking Angolan businessmen that can replace the Lebanese. We don't
have that network to connect different African.
No, because they don't have a strong racial identity, right? See, me personally, I think race is everything. Black Americans, we think race is everything. Africans think a race is just a suggestion. You know, it's just a
Kind of,
suggestion.
that's not entirely true because you gotta understand that like look, most people you gotta understand also the culture though. Like growing up, like people I mean the average person from Ghana or the lower class or the lower middle class, they don't have the privilege of going to a foreign country for just vacation, bro.
Well, let me ask
Even
you
in
a
their own
question.
country, they don't go to vacations.
Zongo, let me ask you a question, right? See, now I used to believe that too, right? But I realized I've studied this thing, right? Where you had, matter of fact, years ago, I said one time I went on, like a Christian thing where a
Listen,
Romanian chick was
listen,
black
guys,
and
I
white,
gotta go. Yeah,
right?
'cause I got early
And I
start
said to
today.
myself,
All right,
this
Louis, man,
Romanian,
take care,
All right,
Louis, man, take
all
care.
right. See you
right, this
guys.
Romanian chick, this Romanian chick that I went on the Busch Gardens with, right? And she was just breaking down black. I said, how do you know way over in Romania so much about our history, right? I used to read books. She knew everything. She knew who Marcus Garvey was, Malcolm X, stuff like that, and Stokely Carmichael. She knew all that stuff, right? She said, yo, yeah, we got books, we got, documentaries, whatnot. We knew, like, we go to the library, whatnot, we need different African
But
American
kind of how many
authors.
African Americans know
And
Marcus
I'm saying,
Garvey,
no, hold on.
bro?
And I'm saying to myself, if somebody from Romania, halfway around the world, could know so much about Black America, right? The history, and she understood race consciousness among Black people in America, right? Why do we have this race consciousness, the racial dynamics of America, right? She understood the racial dynamics of America, right? And so I said, well, how do you go studying? So when I'm seeing when people say in Africa said we don't understand, and I'm like, dude, man, you didn't take time to read books and everything. You understand that the race is real. The reality is people are lined up behind race. The Chinese are Chinese, the Japanese are Japanese, Indians are Indians. They're all trying to win for their race or their country. You know.
Yeah,
So
but Callum, on the individual level, okay, yeah, but on the nation state level, it doesn't kind of really work like that. But look at like what has happened even in the Middle East. Like, did you hear like Uganda military saying they will help Israel to fight against other like? I mean, Africa just fighting.
that's
They
their
fight.
decision.
They fighting battles that doesn't even belong to them.
Oh, that's their choice, right? They said they want to go to war with Iran, whatever like that. That's their choice, whatever like that,
Yeah.
whatever it is. I don't know what thing, but what I do know is the fact that if Pan Africanism and Black
Because the
nationalism,
question is, if they Uganda was fighting with a different person, do you think those people would have fought for them? Fuck no. So that's it.
of course not,
So
but
they're fools.
That's what Africans do. Africans always fight for somebody else and they don't give a shit about them.
So
That's as African as anything else,
some of them are just fools, bro. You can't. There's nothing you can do to help them, like
And so,
So
like I said, so when people get up here and tell me about Pan Africanism and stuff like that, what it is
yeah, but Pan African is just a joke, bro. Like, because in real life, I don't even see it, bro.
real life Africa. The problem is the people Pan Africanism does not have any power. And the bottom line is this: there's nothing holding people accountable for it. There's no reward or punishment for Pan Africanism, right? There's got to be a big end game reward, right? What do you get out of Pan Africans? Like Butchball, look at what's going on in South Africa. You have all these Nigerians there. They're causing trouble. They're
Oh
bringing drugs.
man, the South Africans, man, they
Right?
like.
Now, how does Pan African serve the Black South Africans? It doesn't.
Man, I don't know like the level of hatred they have for those Nigerians over there, man. But it's
You
just
know what it is.
wow.
The problem is in South Africa, right? And it's like Black America, but we know how to deal with Nigerians, right? South Africans are in a different situation than us, right? So they act violently because they don't have the power we do over here.
Yeah, but Callum, I mean, America has always been embraced of different immigrant groups.
You
America
really
actually
think so?
tried this for.
Hold on, you really think so? No, America has tolerated people because let me tell you, this is how it works, Sandro, right?
Hmm.
In 1924, they passed the Alien Naturalizations Act, whatnot. that restricted all your immigration to America to only people from Western Europe. You know, they brought millions of people here, you know, from Western Europe to America, right? They excluded Chinese, black people from immigrating here, you know, and they created a solid white population. The Civil Rights Act, right, movement started in the 1940s, right? And then one of the things that was riding on the civil rights movement, right, momentum riding on this back was immigration reform. Not only was the Jim Crow laws racist, they said the laws about immigration were racist. And so therefore they struck down laws and opened America up. But that did not happen because America's goodwill, something like that. That happened at the same time the Civil Rights Act happened. So in other words, basically people didn't see the consequences of that, right? And some people say that basically destroyed it because at the time, America was like 95% white, you know? And so they said changing that one thing of changing the immigration laws allowed millions of people from the third world coming here, change the racial dynamics of America. But and now they're trying to revisit that. Trump and them was trying to say, is trying to say because they said we made a mistake, you know, and it only only got passed really.
Look, what is the update on that though? I heard like it was talked about it at the Supreme Court recently, right? What was the update?
Birthright citizenship?
The birthright citizenship, yeah.
Oh yeah, basically they're saying that, and I really don't care. It says that you cannot just come here and have a child with like medical tourism, birth tourism, whatnot. You know.
I mean, but Kyle, it's not just medical because some people do come as students for PhD and stuff.
You can't have if you come as a student, you can't have a kid. They can't be a citizen.
Yeah, so because students they can bring their spouse.
But as far as like your if you got a visa, whatever, like you're a citizen.
Yeah, when I was in college, I knew a lot of like students from Africa that brought their wives and they had their kids on campus. Like,
look, I've seen in when that Ukraine thing broke out, man, and Africans, man, gotta do better, you know.
Yeah, Kyle, what yeah, you're right. What is your viewpoint on like the national draft that they're saying is going to take place in December? What's your view on that?
Like I said, look, I don't know. Like I said, I can't. I'm too old to go. This is one of the things, like while people playing the games and stuff like that, the draft is real.
Yeah, no, it's going to be in December. Kyle, it looks like we are heading towards a bleak future, bro.
Oh, how's that bleak? You know, this country, every country, part of the problem thing about having a country is fighting its wars.
Yeah, you're right. But it looks it looks like all these countries. There are certain countries that are really on the top. They can really shake the whole world if they want to, man. And America.
So my whole thing is, if you got people like in the country, right, and you got young men and whatnot, you know, and say, well, it doesn't matter if you're a citizen. The law says you have to be drafted into war. They send you the combat to die. So be it. That's just the way it is, you know.
But why would you die though? I'll go to jail, bro. And they're saying that if you
they'll do that for you.
Yeah, Caliban, they say even an immigrant will have to be drafted too. Undocumented immigrants.
No, if they're citizens, they register for selective service.
Carla, they say undocumented sitting for the draft, bro. Are you watching the news, Carla?
They say undocumented citizens. Come on.
Man, Carla, I literally heard it from New York Post, bro. Washington Post.
Yeah, that's propaganda. That's probably.
Man, come on, man, Carla, man. What are you talking about? This is not propaganda, man. This is a national, like,
let me look it up.
Come on.
Let me look it up. Let me see. Okay, will undocumented be drafted? Will documented immigrants
in America be drafted for the national draft?
Be subject.
Yeah, I literally like heard like I'm paying attention what is happening closely, bro. Like it's something like, look, they broadcast those news on the national media channels, and even other local media channels too, because it's something that they're just gonna do. I was watching, I heard it in the Washington local media channel.
It says
Utah,
right here, it says undocumented immigrants, men residing in the United States are legally required to register with sex. But if they don't register, how can they be drafted?
yeah, but what they are saying that they'll be automatically drafted. So the government is just letting you know that.
Before you draft, you got to be registered.
But yeah, but Kyle, that's what I'm saying. So now the
No,
restriction.
if you're a citizen, you automatically be registered because they got your social security.
Kala, you still living in Liberia? You don't know what's in Kala. You living in Liberia? You don't know what's going on. You know. Look,
I'm looking at it here. I'm looking at law here.
Yeah, but Kala, if you watch
almost all male,
Kala,
instead of male, non-male citizens, including undocumented,
Kala,
legal permits, asylum seekers, between are required to.
Kala, I was watching a local news from Utah actually, just recently, and they were saying what they are actually telling you is that naturally you are supposed to come and register, right? But now what they are saying is that when December, like in the period of December, the government is just letting you know that you'll be automatically drafted. So it's just they're just announcing you to the hey, if you are within that age range, you'll be automatically drafted. That's what they're telling you.
Well, yeah. Well,
even if you don't come, you'll be registered and drafted. That's what they're telling you. Just.
Well, I'm too old, so I can't get me. So, so it's like this. It is. Look, it is what it is, right? This is the world we live in, right? You have a government. People not paying attention to politics. They're not paying attention to what's going on, and this guy started a war.
Yeah, but that's not what.
Plans. Hold up, America has a lot of plans. I believe when it's all said and done, right, between Donald Trump and JD Vance, they're going to invade Africa. They're going to invade the Middle East. They're going to invade Cuba. They already got Venezuela. And so, therefore, all these places are going to need boots on the ground.
Yeah, they're going to invade some part in Africa, but not everywhere. There are certain countries.
Look, they're coming for South Africa, bro. I know that. They're coming for South Africa. I do that.
Kind of, because we still are not hearing like what is going on within like the shipping lanes, like the global maritime. Because Kala, man, used to be a huge fan of like the maritime, like whatever is going on. It looks like, man, there's a lot of like stuff's happening, man. They're blocking.
Well, of course, stuff's happening because, like I said, this is where, like I said, you guys really put this stuff to the test. When you come to America, a lot of immigrants don't understand. There's a lot that goes with it, man. And so, if you're gonna reside here, whatever like that, in the '60s, black men lived there. My father almost got drafted into Vietnam. My best friend, right? His father died in Vietnam. He never knew his father. My father was like his father, because his father died in Vietnam,
They say 18 to 25.
He didn't grow up with his
older
father.
than that. They say 18 to 25. I'm like 30 something now.
No. They said to 42.
Man, that's a lie, bro. Kala, man. I'm going to. Oh, man.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's look it up. Age requirements.
Oh, man.
Zongo, they take you.
I ain't going nowhere, bro. Man.
Yeah, I read somewhere it said they're taking people.
Can you imagine like just coming to America, coming for the American dream, and you getting drafted to go and die in?
You can't just come here eating the fruits of the country and whatnot. And whatnot, you Negroes, what you're gonna say, you're gonna basically you got you Negroes coming here from overseas and whatnot, like the Zongo Bongos and the Mike Olawales and whatnot, man. Y'all gonna be on the front lines and whatnot, It's about America this, America that. Y'all gonna fight for this country,
Yeah, but most immigrants, they're already in the military though, because they think it's just you got like paid easy, it's like cheap money.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, man. People don't understand. When you join the military, there's always that. Let me give you an example, right? My cousin Donald, right? His wife, right? She joined the Coast Guard, right? just to like, okay, Lisa or not, beautiful girl. She joined the Coast Guard, man. I remember one time we used to go to, this is back in like 99, 2000, 2001, right?
Yeah.
She joined the Coast Guard, right? And she went there because they were talking about college benefits, whatever like that, Next thing you know, in 2000, what year was this? 2004,
2003. 3.
2003, guess where she's at?
Iraq?
She was in Iraq. And she was doing friggin' because we used to pray every day. I used to get nervous every day that I'm gonna get the news that she got one of the convoys that she was escorting got hit with an IRD, the roadside bombs, whatever like that. And she was like, "How do you sign up for the Coast Guard? You think you drive the coast? Well, the Coast Guard could send you anywhere in the world, And so the bottom line, people thought, oh, the Coast Guard is safe, whatever like that. I'm just guarding the coast, but she got sent to freaking what you call? She got sent to Iraq, and I was like, damn. I said, man, I was going to join the Coast Guard. I said, fuck that. That was when the Iraq war. That Iraq war was scary, man, because I know a lot of people in the military. They got shipped off to Afghanistan and shit like that. The latest one was Afghanistan. That was not too long ago either,
Yeah.
They still had troops in Afghanistan up until a few years ago. And I knew people that were still going to Afghanistan up until like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I know.
Man. And the bottom line is, and you look at the way Trump and all of that, Iran could be another Iraq.
Yeah, Lozy, man, you want to come, man, because we want to know what's going on in South Africa, man. Like, why are South Africans treating like those West Africans, and some people within the
Lozy, I hate to tell you this, right? But the right wing in America is salivating on getting their hands in Southern. I don't know how. You think there's no bases in South Africa, but the Afrikaners got bases and stuff like that there, and they got a support system on those whites down there, So I wouldn't be so happy about that, And so I do know for a fact of the matter is that's good that they don't have bases in Southern Africa. You don't have no bases in West Africa either, but they got bases in Niger and such like that.
But Ghana gave America. Ghana is in a military agreement with America, though. Ghana.
Yeah, I know what Ghana's doing.
It's not like a base, but like, man, even the agreement is even worse than baseball because it says that the American military can bring equipment at the airport in Ghana, and Ghana security has no right to check what they're bringing in.
That's just basically how they treat Africa,
Man, how would you even define it? Is that a colony or what?
Basically, if somebody could come in your country and bring military arms or whatnot, you can't do nothing about it. You're basically a colony, you're basically a colony. And like I said, I know Lewis, he talks up for Ghana and he sounds real optimistic and everything like that. But, let me ask you a question, man. You may know like this. I see all these promising things, but why does Ghana always seem so desperate, man?
For what?
For money, when they're hard up for money.
What do you mean for the slavery money or something like that?
No, not just. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about money from America to do it. Why would you?
Can you give an example from where you come from? You mean from the tourism sector or something?
No. I'm talking about the fact that the United States is giving Ghana aid money and stuff like that to use as foot bases and stuff like that, And I'm saying,
no, Carla, it's not really like desperate for money. I mean, look, Ghana.
What is it?
Look, because the political party that signed that contract, historically, they've always aligned themselves with Western Europeans, bro. Like we act like all.
Hold up. Let me ask you a question. Seriously, right? When is like a country like Ghana, Kenya, and stuff like that?
Because we gotta understand Ghana's political history. Because when Nkrumah was in power, right? He like Pan-Africanism. There's a lot of people within Ghana that were not rocking with Nkrumah, man. Because they kind of felt like, because if you want to play, they brought Nkrumah, right? Let's put everything about ideology aside. We're talking about humans, right? We brought you Nkrumah, and then you passed behind our back, you held on to power, and now we ain't got no power, man. So let's look at it like from that way, the gangbanging kind of point of view. I'm like, damn, like, so we brought you all the way, and you took the power, and we don't have no power, bro. So they align themselves with the CIA, man, just to take them out. So it's always been like that, bro. So
so,
just you get what I'm
and
saying?
like I
So
said, me personally,
yeah.
before like Black people of America, and I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I don't think there's a lot of Black Americans in Ghana. I think most of those people are bootleg Black Americans.
Yeah, but Kyla, man, but a lot, a lot of things that, because I don't know if you know that that guy from the Hebrew Israelites, what is his name? Like that, he's an older person. You do see him when Ti was in Ghana. He was over there. Like a lot of times you see him. He's an older person from New York. He just speaks like you too. He has that New York spirit in him too. You know, I mean, a lot of them are really behind the people that push for the year of return. Like it's not mostly initiated by Ghanaians, bro. It's mostly the Black Americans over there. They are the ones bringing that initiative to the table of the president.
Yeah, I know. I think
like
a lot of those people, right? They do that. Those people that hang out on 120th Street in New York. I'm not trying to clown them or nothing like that. These people have this nostalgia thing of Kwame Nkrumah, and a lot of these people aren't that educated.
Oh my God! But that guy's an educated man. Like, what? I want like this guy to come on Lozy to come on the channel, like, because I have a really question to ask him. But anyway, before you go there, I'm just trying to look for his name, Kala.
What I'm saying is this: the reality of geopolitics. Like, for example, right now, what do you call it? People are like, oh, I'm going to Ghana when I go. But yeah, every time that must be disheartening, right? Because every time I look around, right, I seen a thing the other day where this white people are doing dances in Ghana. There was a white guy walking around with an African garb on in Ghana. He was made a chief, whatnot. There's got to be something when
Kala. His name is Rabbi Kohen Nathan Netanyahu Halevi. You know him?
No, I know the Yah, the sister Yah.
Oh, Kala, you know him, man. Kala, you know him, man. If I send you, you know that guy. His when Tia was in Ghana, like they were like, he was the one that was speaking, like.
And so my whole thing is like, it's a lot of these people basically. I stopped messing with them years ago because a lot of these people are crazy. And so the bottom line is you go to a country, right? You don't bother learning the culture, the real culture of the country, the language, whatever like that, the culture, and whatever like that. And the culture of Ghana is not like Liberia, where it's pretty modern, whatever like that. They expect you to learn their culture, understand their culture, and their culture is very different from ours. But the Black people in America go over there with fucking mismatched dashikis on, and they're doing their own thing, and they call themselves.
So regarding the installation of those, like, to just give it to proper context, right? If Louis was there, he could have just given you like, because he's the account person, right? In the local language, they call it in Koswahin. It's more like the development chief, right? That's not really like. It's not like you have, a role within the traditional area, because a lot of the chieftaincy roles, you have to be like blood related to have those like chieftaincy titles in certain communities. But the ones that they are installing them, it's more like a ceremonial kind of titles. It's kind of like oh, you're giving us money, so you're gonna give you a ceremonial title, and it's just been there like for even during Nkrumah's time. They've been doing that shit, bro. I kind of feel like it's kind of man, it's just.
Yeah,
Look, I agree with you, Carlo. Look, I agree with you when you say like sometimes all this African culture is not that deep, bro. It's not really that deep, bro. Because
yeah,
all you just need is just some freaking paper money printed in New York, and you're gonna have influence in some freaking village in Ghana, bro.
yeah. Unfortunately, but it's an unfortunate situation. But you try to basically just navigate. So USA empire is finished. USA has soft power left, maintain and whatnot. I hope you're right, bro. But the thing is, though, I really don't understand. Let's say Christmas says, college stop faking, like they call it A's and fake like they share their culture. Those kind of just come off wrong. Yeah. And bottom line is this. Yeah, I really.
So, I showed you that video. I showed you that guy's picture. You click it, you see his face, man. Yeah, that's what I think. Naturally shy knows that. Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about. That guy. In the interview where he was saying like they brought this to
Yeah,
Europe. Yeah, they brought this. He has a whole interview on his channel, and he was saying they're the ones that brought it to the table of the Akufo-Addo's regime, bro. And they're like, okay, if they so they wanted someone to go and speak to them at the UN for them at a political because like you always been saying, Carla, you need a nation state to be able to take your struggle to the international level, right? And that's what Ghana did, because they brought the idea to them.
Well, I mean, my whole thing is I have nothing against what Ghana did. That's what people want, right? You wanted reparations and whatnot, And then these people are like, oh gosh, the bottom line is this. Oh, did you see the video of Tariq with the white chicks, bro?
Oh, for real? Is that a recent video? No.
I put it in the Telegram group.
Oh, Telegram group? Oh, for real?
Let me see if I can find. Let's have some fun. Let me see if I can find it. Zongo Bongo on. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Obviously, it's Tariq in the Hidden History Museum with a bunch of white chicks in there. I'm like, this is what y'all are comparing me to.
That's funny. That's freaking funny, bro.
Yeah, so it's like this. You remember that song, "White Girls Go Through My Mind"? Remember that song? Yeah, Jackie. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let me see. I know I sent it to myself. Where the hell is it? God, I know I sent that video, man. Come on, man. Come on. Don't tell me I freaking not sent that. Let me see. It's on
God, what was the last time? Was it a long time ago or what? Or was it recent?
It was like 2 days ago, yesterday.
Yesterday? How come I can't find it? I'm in the media files. Let me
see. Now I put it on the timeline. What's it called? I gotta find that video.
Video was a video.
Yeah, I gotta send it to myself. I want to play it, so I gotta find it. I gotta scroll up and find it.
Oh, it was a video then.
Yeah, I gotta find that video. I put it. White Girl, remember that song that came out like 25 years ago?
Look, Carla, man. Look, this world powers, man. If they want to destroy Africa, man, it's easy, man. Like they just gotta promote this terrorism that is really happening in West Africa, bro. They don't really have to invade, bro. They just have to.
You got Traore battling terrorists, right? Now you got Nigeria just comes out of nowhere talking about Traore is a sponsor of terrorism. I don't know where.
Wait. Nigerian government saying that? Is that what you're saying?
It's Tinubu said Traore. He said Traore is going to be he said Tinubu said that Traore is going to be on trial and he's going to face the death penalty.
Is that a recent news? Like, where did you get that from?
That's what Tinubu said. He said that like yesterday.
That was recent? Damn.
That's what he said.
Yeah, West Africa is very divided, bro.
Yeah, he said which one?
How can a head of state say to another head of state that? Like, that's crazy.
He said George is a criminal that needs to be arrested,
Yeah,
tried, and next, you know.
yeah, I don't think he's a criminal though. I think ever since that man came to power, uh, like they are like financing like opposing factions within the country to just destabilize the country. This is normal, man. Mikala, if you study international relations 101, man, they teach you this. I learned that when I've been to a international relation class before. They say there's always an external force supporting, faction groups within your country to destabilize it. It's something everybody knows, bro.
All right,
So
Chris wants me to talk about Black MAGA. See, Black MAGA, aka FBA people.
Look, Chris. Yeah, man. But Kyle, man, overall, man, your Liberian experience, like, has it kind of really shaped you to become a new person now? Like,
Jack and Sharon, help me on. The more I see, the more I do. Don't tell me it's the 5 o'clock. That's right. He don't want to know what's going on. Cause white girls won't go away. Here's one thing I know about. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. I said,
is that a hidden museum, Kyle?
Yep.
Hidden history museum?
Yeah, I just think Tariq Nasheed turned into Kid Ola on us, man, with the white girls.
Yeah, but Kyle, man, that's LA, bro. Like, if you know LA, man, God, the LA blacks are kind of a little different, bro. Like, they have
the bottom line. I don't care what they are.
You see, like, sometimes you see blacks like mixed with you see LA blacks. They have a
look. If that's what you want to do, fine. You want to go out there with someone, but don't get up there talking about fucking black politics and stuff like that. And that's what you're about. And that's what I don't like.
Yeah, look, I met this LA girl, man. I thought she was a native Indian. She told me she was black, man, but she looked completely different. She had a long hair. Well, I met her on TikTok. I saw her on TikTok. I'm like, damn, like, she's black? I thought she was like some Hispanic girl. She said, no, she's black. And she looked completely different from the typical black girl. I mean, even they have blacks mixed with Asians, East Asians, a lot of them, bro.
You can be ambiguous, but the bottom line is people know when you're dealing with a fucking white girl now, Let's not play that game, I just didn't know she was white. I thought she was, but get the fuck out of here. Y'all niggas know. If you like white, if you like white girls, just say, hey, look, man, I see some of the snow bunnies, they look good, man, but it ain't for me, I'm like, and so also I cannot listen to nobody take anybody seriously that marries or gets one, I'm like, whatever,
So, Kyle, you hear what Doc Vigo says the first time he agreed with me. That's funny, bro. Doc Vigo always want to start a fight with me, man. Even when he agrees with me, he has to throw a shot in it,
Hey, what you call? He says, Cali. Yeah, look, I don't hear California is so fucking far gone, man. Look at Brandon, man. How the fuck is that gonna turn into a fucking MAGA? I like it. I like this, man. The bottom line is, he's like, he did a video the other day, Brandon. I love Brandon still, right? He's a part, right? He did videos of black people have no loyalty. Man, get the fuck out of here. But you've been listening to me lately. Do I fucking care?
Kyle, do you think like Brandon has been? You think he has been? He's been compromised.
I think Brandon, his life. When you look at Brandon's life, right? He had a rough life, father in jail and stuff like that. So therefore, therefore, when he sees white people, right? See, I grew up around white people, right? I grew up around them, right? Let me tell you a story before I get Ola, right? Zongo, when I was a kid, right? When we moved into a white neighborhood, I see more immorality, violence, stuff like that in the white community, where they're just broken homes, dads cussing, drinking, and whatnot. Like this. I came from a Christian home in the black community, right? So we used to take our white friends, right, from upstate New York and bring them to the city. And that's the first time they would see normal families who go to church and do stuff like that, Sunday dinner. And they were like, oh man, that was just so beautiful. How y'all could, and white people, one thing white people don't have, they don't have extended families like cousins and stuff like that.
Yeah,
They say your cousins
that's right.
over, blah, blah. They liked our families, our gatherings, our cookouts, stuff like that. And so therefore they have this idea, people have this idea that we're dysfunctional and they got together. No, they don't. White people are very dysfunctional. Brandon does not see that. He thinks they're like, he going by what the MAGA's telling them, right? And white people are very dysfunctional, right? About the same level as black people, but white people are very dysfunctional. So Brandon has this idea that white people are perfect, blah, 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 and he don't put in proper context the problems of black America. The problems of black America is systemic. They happen over years deliberately. You cannot have a race of people in a country that's marginalized and disenfranchised and expect them to be at the same level as everybody else. It doesn't work like that. These are problems that we've been talking about for 100 years.
Yeah.
Say, look, man, we don't have opportunity. We can't move here. We're segregated. We got racial violence, everything like that. So therefore, we did the best we could, whatever. But they knew eventually, some black people made it into the middle class, right? But they knew eventually, right, we were going to fall prey to demons and we're going to destroy ourselves. And Marcus Garvey predicted this. He says, if you sit in America, right, and while these people perfect their civilization, and then you're not part of it, right? And you're sitting there in envy and jealousy inside of a country, and the person is constantly flaunting their civilization that you can't be a part of. White people saying, look, we got this beautiful civilization. We're saying all this is what makes black people crazy. You're saying, oh, people come here from around the world, 1776, right? But you're saying to the black man, you're not welcome in the country you were born in. That eventually that's going to go onto the black man's mind. And some of us basically turn into black nationalists. We build our families, everything. Other people, they just basically lose their mind and go crazy. They turn to criminality and dysfunction. That's what you have in America. So that's what you're looking at. The white man decided that he did not want us in the society because he feared one thing. He feared race mixing. That's what that's all about, Zongo. It's all about America, and everything is about that. He always had access to black women. It's
that's true.
about race mixing. They did not want black men near their girl. They don't care, whatever. The idea of a black man entering the body of a white.
But kind of if they allow that, the black will lose though, because like the white are the dominant, like, and then over time black will lose a lot of their, because
they believe a white woman's womb is sacred. You know.
Kind of, and even here, like
the whole idea of America is to protect white womanhood against the black beast. That's what you're coming to when you come into America. You could be married to a white woman. You come here, they feel like you're a predator on that. They always see white women as vestal virgins, pure.
Yeah.
And they
like,
see black men filing them.
Yeah, I have a friend from Cali over here. Like, he's just a black dude, man, but he's married to, his kids, man.
Who's this?
He's a black dude from Cali, but he lives over here in Washington, like, because he kind of married out, so all his kids just, man, they look way different, man. Like, they have long hair, like they just look nothing like black people, bro.
Oh, that's for look, that's fine. If people want to do it, you want to marry out, mix out, that's fine, whatever. But the bottom line is this, just don't come crying to me when you're going through that stuff like that. Go ahead, Kadola.
Oh, Carla, I've been listening to you, man, the way you back Nigeria all the time.
I got to, man.
And sometimes you're not really honest, Carla.
Oh, what you mean, man? Come on, man, Kidola. What you mean, man? Go ahead, man, Kidola.
Oh,
Oh, you
how
know,
should that
I'm
sound?
saying it. I'm not mocking Nigeria, but I'm saying
Let me tell you
that
this. Let me tell
there's
you
a
this,
recent
Sarah.
report that says 60%.
Yeah, but you gotta give us context though, because we don't know. A lot of us don't know.
So
So
hold
we
on, hold on, hold on. It's 60% of Nigerians are poor. I understand. We're not dodging it, but let's go to the American context that you always want to say. I think if you listen to Black Americans, they're just deceiving you. I mean, you ain't go further that scam. The ricochet, your people who always come up full thousands of their FBA on this YouTube. Look at what the dude just did. He the so-called he did secret. Black Americans are the worst scammers and the useless scammers I've ever seen in my life. Look at what Terika just did with that so-called fake uh, Black History Museum that he created there. He just give you that as a shop whereby
yeah,
you can
but he's
come and buy
scamming.
perfume.
Yeah, but you know he's scamming his own people though. He's not scamming other people.
But the Africans. Have you ever seen an African that scam Black Americans? No.
Man, they do that all the
But this
time, bro.
dude,
Come on, man.
hold on. But this dude,
I got scammed
is.
like 3 years ago. I got scammed 3 years ago by Nigeria.
Man, I was watching TikTok. This lady, man, Jamaican American lady, she went all the way to Nigeria, man, and the guy fucking scammed her ass, man. Like, come on, man, looking for love. But she's old,
If
first
you
of all, and she was
if
looking
you
for a
take
You
it,
said,
job.
yo, you see that
look,
one chick, the big girl
look,
who was on a plane, a Nigerian guy flew her out one night, and she said, "Mom, where's the food at?" And
Yeah,
they
like
had
kind
no
of, like Kidola,
food.
man, we can.
Hours when
hold
I'm
on, hold on.
hungry.
Hold on, but Zongo, that
Hmm.
dude sold Africa. I hate Africans to his own people. They collect money, not turn the place to where white people that he hated, all the so-called white supremacies and everything. If you check that is so-called fake store, it's a store, it's a shop. It's never a museum. Now he's videoing it,
Yeah,
telling
you're right.
people,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah, you're right. It's like a
look
shop.
at the
You're
way it
right.
look like that. So those FBA fools that look, let me tell you something, Zogo. I will come to United States, go and meet some of these backward people who cannot even provide nothing for me. Why should I go to the losers? I go to the winners, you know what I mean? I go to the winners, because the winners, which are the white people, they got everything there.
Hmm.
Yo,
They
yo,
got
oh yeah,
everything there.
that's a misconception. There's a lot of black people winning in America. Not all white people winning. A lot
Yeah,
of,
but Kala, but
the poverty rate among white people is growing here, bro.
yeah,
White people are doing really bad right now.
Kidola. It's not what you think about America. Look, even here in America, like.
America is not what you think,
Look,
bro.
I have friends who are white that don't have jobs, and I do have jobs. And I'm like, damn, like I've never seen that in a foreign country where I lived before, but in America, you can be an immigrant, have a job, and a citizen do not have a job, bro. Like it is actually here, bro. Kidola.
White people are suffering in this country, Kidola.
Yeah, but still, you can still make sense out of their brain and learn from them a lot of things and go and meet somebody
Learn
talking to you,
what?
but it's just lie to
Kidola,
you.
man, Kidola, forget about that propaganda, bro. Like if you like in
What
real life
propaganda
in
you talk about, man? You see them
America,
on this street, YouTube street, they carry their mouth and try to shame Africans. What
oh no, no,
their
no.
their
I
mouth
was
is
just thinking
something like,
about I
look,
was just thinking about white people over here in America. Like there's a lot of them
look,
who are
man,
homeless.
I ain't buying that scam anymore, man. Look, they can't achieve nothing. You can't be with them to achieve anything. Why don't you just be to the other side? What the hell is that?
Look, oh, look, I was look even recently. I was in a neighborhood, right, like somewhere in Seattle or something like that, man. A lot of those families there, they living in like kind of what's the name? Affordable housing, right? You gotta meet this income threshold to be
Yeah,
admitted to this kind of housing,
Section
right?
8. Yeah.
And you see all kind of groups over there, man. Like even blacks they were the minorities over there. I was like, damn, you see the Muslims from Middle East, everybody over there taking advantage of affordable housing, bro.
Oh yeah, more and more white people. White people, they no shame in white people's life. Like somebody said to me the other day on TikTok, we don't move into your neighborhoods. Yes, you the fuck you do. Man, every black neighborhood is under assault right now. Because what they do, as soon as they move like 4 white houses in there, the neighborhood ends up becoming white when that block by block, and when that is changed, everything. Like the neighborhood just regentrified,
Yeah, because
White
you know, yeah,
neighborhood,
because
they
you're
can
right.
move into
Because really, when we talk about America, mostly they really speak about the big cities, man. Because like Kidola, man, in America, have you even heard about Washington State before? I mean, most Americans they've never been there before. You get what I'm saying? They don't even know. But like, look, there are a lot of stuff that you see. Like, I'm like, whoa, man.
Zongo, most Black Americans are making. He look. There's one dude that said they have a featured African blood in him. Like, hello, the Africa just asked you to. Let me put my blood into your blood. You know, these guys are not people you take serious, but you just listen to them. You know, move on. You can make millions out of them. They're not gonna do no shit. You know, I don't really. You know, the insult is just too much. You know, all
You're
of
on
them making
TikTok. You know,
YouTube.
you're on TikTok too, man. TikTok is crazy, man. You gotta stay out of TikTok,
All of
man.
them that make look, all of them that was trying to sort it, they're all women now turn against African. That's the new food now on top of the table now.
You know, what's your
You
opinion on
know?
what Carlos said? He says Tinubu says like Traore is sponsoring terrorism. Like, is that true? Did he say that?
I don't know, you know. They don't know.
My God, man, Carla,
Even
where you getting the news from, man, Carla?
Okay, all right.
you
Women
know.
look it up. Look it up.
Man,
Listen,
Carla, man. Carla just,
okay,
are you just like a propaganda machine now, Carla?
okay.
You
Let's
know, yeah.
look it up. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. Tinubu on Traore. Let's see.
Oh, Doc
Tinubu.
Rico, they say it was it's just a propaganda video, bro, on TikTok. You
No,
know,
let
like,
me just tell you the truth. Zong, let me just tell you the truth. If you're married to a black American woman, it's not really loyal to you. You'll
oh, you
forget
think so?
that. Yeah.
Who's she
He's not
loyal to?
loyal. Brother is like Brandon is right. Black Americans are not loyal people. Due to their history, they are like that. I just tell you
What
the
you mean,
truth.
like,
They're like
what
that.
you mean, like, the woman, like, what do you mean, that, who are they loyal to?
They're not loyal to nobody. You know, they can disappear at any time they want to disappear. They don't loyal to anybody. Their
Like, yo,
love is not really love. Their love is kind of it's kind of like traditional. You understand me? I know
oh, you
their
think
men
so?
can also be like that. Also, you live with them in the states. Also, you know, they can also disappear when they want to disappear. You understand? And they'll tell you that is their right, which is good anyway. But
I
if
think
you
it's
don't
a
want
more,
to build anything,
it's more of
if
like
you
an
want to build
American thing,
anything,
though.
yeah, yeah,
You know, it's an
you
American
know,
thing, though.
because
It's not just a
because
black
at the end
black
of
thing.
the due to their history, they don't know what call. Let me put my full legs here and be here. That's what they. You see the way they
Oh
build
man,
Africa.
Carla, man,
Africa.
you doing black woman bashing, man. It looks like naturally shy's not she's not liking your vibe right now. She's going, man.
Who? Who?
You bashing black women right now, man.
No, I ain't. No. I'm not here to please no damn anybody. I'm just telling you the truth. That if you put them, if you look, let me tell you this. We should not be deceiving ourselves. You understand
Mm.
me? If they see Africa, this Africa is dusty, it's not developed, but they forget that a village can build into a city, and they don't have that mindset. You know,
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah, yeah.
just the way they're not loyal to anybody, that's why they're also not loyal to the nature where they see it.
Yeah, but you know,
Everything is
yeah, but
temporary.
people like Carla, Carla's black American, but he used
Carlos
one word.
Johan,
But
FBA,
wait. I mean,
Carlos
but
Johan.
look. Yeah, but Kidola, you know, Carla is Carla. He's just gonna talk trash. But you know, Carla, real Carla is a nice dude, bro. Like that's Carla is. People just take Carla like people just see Carla like, oh, Carla just come on the internet. I mean, that's Carla. If you know Carla from back in the days, man, he's always been a cultural critic, man. He's not there to please everybody.
Carlos used to be
You know?
Pan Africa. This boy is not half FBA, half
I
this.
know, but no, he's always been a cultural critic, man. He's not a Pan African. He's a
I never
cultural
said
critic.
all. I never told anybody I was a Pan Africanist. I said I was a culture critic and geopolitical pundit. You know,
Yeah.
see, everybody labeled me a Pan Africanist.
Yeah, culture critic me. What does culture critic mean? You gonna criticize everybody, bro. Like culture critic, that's what it means, bro. You know, so that's what Carla says.
the reason why I became a culture critic is because back in the days, right? I used to be seething about stuff I saw. Right, I told you that story. When in '95, right? That's when it all started, right? The Million Man March, right? I saw the culture of Black America, right, change deliberately. You know, I saw on the radio. I said, "This is not any accident. Why am I hearing the goddamn worst songs in the afternoon, right? All the songs, like I used to like dudes like Sons of Man, Killer Priest, stuff like that. The 5%, drop knowledge, whatnot. And then, but the thing is, I said on every magazine, Word Up, Source, whatnot. all you see is dudes carrying gats and guns and whatnot. I didn't like the culture.
Yeah.
But I did not know what to do about it, right? Because I said, oh man, I'm gonna have to go out there, city to city, go on a campaign one day. I'm gonna be able to reach millions of people my message, right? Then 10 years later, right, I get a new computer, right? And I learned about this thing called blogging and social networks, right? So I logged into my social network and I put a post up, right? And I said, I went to bed, right? I said, man, nobody's really gonna listen to me. I woke up to like 20 comments, right? And people were like, what the hell are you talking about? Blah. And I said, people actually responded to what I wrote. And I got addicted ever since then. And I said, well, thank you for replying to my post. I was thanking people for replying to my post and everything like that because I did not know this stuff worked, man. I said, you mean you put a post up there and somebody's gonna see it and they're gonna communicate with you? Man, that was addicting. I'm sitting there communicating with people around the world on a freaking computer. I said, this is heaven. And that's what I said, man, this is gonna be great. And that's why I'm here right now. I've been blogging ever since. It's been 20 years now, And I gave the culture credit. I said, I am Genesis, the culture credit,
Yeah, but what I was saying about is about, I understand there are some Africans and other things who have their own type of lifestyle and everything. But why do your people always bash African as a punching bag?
Hold on, get over. Let me say this, right? And I've been saying this for a long time, right? It's only online, right? The average black person in America probably will never see an African in his lifetime. It's only online because, like I said, a lot of the times, Kidola, right? I know, right? A lot of Nigerians like grandstanding, and what Black America does, like this, in our culture, Kidola, right? If you have a nice outfit on, right? You say, okay, dude looks fly. You don't say nothing. You let other people say, oh man, that shit's nice, man. They bite off your style with that. But as soon as you come out the house saying, look at my kicks, look at my whip, look at this and whatnot, and you're throwing it in people's face, right? People are gonna find a way, Zongo probably knows we've been here, to roast you.
To clown you.
To clown you and roast you. The problem with Africans, they don't know when to shut the fuck up. They get online talking about their degrees, their this, and everybody's like, dude, we don't give a fuck. And then it looks like, are you trying to say nobody else has degrees but you guys? Nobody else has money? We got money. We got degrees. We got success. We got all that shit. But we don't care about it. Like I said the other night, my cousin Debbie, right? She's friends with Letitia James, Attorney General in New York. She's friends with Letitia James, right? Hold on, let me say this. Hold on, let me say this. She's a certified multi-millionaire, not no bullshit or like that. She's a certified multi-millionaire. But when you talked about cousin Debbie, I call her, wherever you talk to her and her daughter's like, how old is the daughter now? Her daughter's like 21, 22. They travel the world quietly, and they got a house in Jamaica, states in New York, whatnot. They live a nice life, whatnot, her and her husband, Tony, whatnot. They have a nice life together. My point I'm trying to make is they live quietly. My family in New York got money, Show the video of my cookout, my cousin's house 20 years ago.
Let me give you an example. Hey, Kidola, look, at the end of the day, like, just, Kidola, you say, how tall are you? 6'8", right? Look, if you're in America, 6'8", right? That's what you said, right? Or 6'7"?
Yeah, 6'8".
Look, which is
2
I said, if you are in America, Black America is gonna like you, bro. So I don't know why you. It's just that, like, look, in America, America's just kind of like I'm telling you, look, America is just kind of like, they just like you. Just if you have a good.
Zogo, I ain't gonna waste my height for something that will not bring me nothing. That's like I'm wasting my height for.
But I'm just telling because it's just like in Africa, like it's just like in Nigeria too. You guys also worship money. If someone has money, they like you. Okay, so you can't just say like, okay, so is it a good thing to worship money then? No, it's not.
Think about money.
Nigerians worship money, like Mike Olawale, right? I'm saying, look, one time I tried to get through to Mike. I said, Mike, tell me about yourself, right? Tell me what's on your mind. Well, what you kept saying? We're trying to get money, dude. The only thing in Nigeria thinks about is there's a whole world out there. When you guys are contributing to the sciences, the arts, the culture.
Nah, but that's just Mike though. Not everybody thinks about money, bro. Like,
But
come
I've
on.
never,
No way.
but I've never seen like Nigerians or Africans talk about anything other than fucking money.
Tell
No, that's a
Shit.
lie.
money
bro.
is good. Tell her money is good, but money does not make you happy.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Money doesn't make
Well,
you
you need to
happy.
tell that to your
but there's a lot of Africans that they are professors in the university. They make just a maximum like 100K a year, and they're comfortable. They still want to go to the labor market and look for like big jobs to
Yeah,
make more money.
but everybody like money. You see, you know the problem with South Africans is that they don't have money. That's why they start hating on
But
Nigerians.
hold on. But why? Hold on. Let me ask you a question, right? That's systemic problems, right? You understand that you got a white minority, right? You understand? Like I see, what you're saying is when you say that, you're mocking them.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not,
That's the
You're
I'm not
problem, man.
mocking. Look,
Kidola. You know that's
I'm
the
not
problem.
mocking. I'm
I
not
know, man.
mocking them.
Kidola, I think you're a nice guy,
You
but I
are
think
mocking them. You see, you don't even. You guys don't even see. Nigerians are
but
not civilized enough
no.
to understand the
But I
point.
don't think it's just all of them though. Kidola, he knows that even in among Nigeria, like if you come in a community and you are making money from the own community, because of course you're gonna have people that make money like you, and there are people from the community that are not making money like you. And if you're an outsider, there's a way that you gotta roll that's just not gonna rub them off the wrong way. It's just
You
like
Yeah, but
agree,
you
you
see
yeah,
know.
but
Indians, Lebanese, they make a lot of money in African countries, but you never
yeah,
see
because
them
you
on
know
the
what?
media. They don't want
You
to
know
come
what?
out there.
You know what?
If
They
they want to do
cooperated.
if they want to
You
do
see this?
marketing, they use a Nigerian face. They use a Ghanaian face. They don't want to use their face. They don't want to come like they own this. You know
You
why?
see?
Because if they do, the people are going to rise up against them.
Yeah, I understand. You see, these Negroes can't even go. Look, let me tell you something. You learn for okay, just forget the South Africans because why I bring them up is even because I could see blacks are not actually united anyway. Let me just put it like that. You cannot really blame. We're scared of the other race. You know, we can
No,
make
hold up. Black people in America are not. We're not scared of them motherfuckers.
nah man, forget it.
No,
Forget it,
no.
bro.
Black America. Look, black. The reason why they hate us so much here because we're not afraid of them. We confront them. You know. You
Forget
saw
it,
what
bro.
Drewski did to Erica Kirk. Yo, what do you think about Zongo? Right? We didn't talk about that. Drewski did to Erica Kirk. Basically,
Oh
they're
man,
like,
just like a white girl.
yeah. So the
Yeah, that
bottom
was
line
funny.
is,
That was funny as
so
hell, man.
she was. They thought, oh, she's this. She made so many racist comments and whatnot, and what they thought was that white women are off limits to black men. Like I told you, right? Every white man's like, it's our job to protect the neck coming out of Drewski.
But Kyla,
And
what if a white woman, like a white person, did the same thing, painting themselves
well,
black?
look, I don't care. They've been doing that shit for us. We're saying do it because they've been doing it. We're not bothered by them no way. No, why?
Yeah, but
Because
Kyla, if you say that it means now you are just insensitive to what your ancestors went through, because in
no,
the
look,
past when white wait, Kyla, let me finish. Kyla, let me finish. In the
they can't.
past,
You can't pull
when
out
they
the
were doing
ancestors
that,
card.
you guys
Hold on,
never
you
liked it.
cannot
Your
pull out the
ancestors never liked
ancestors
it.
card, right? Because what you're doing is you're virtual signaling. You know, like when people will say, "Okay, Kala, what did Martin Luther King think?" I'm like, "Yo, fuck what he thought." You know, he was you know.
So that's a
So I
different.
hate that when people
That's
virtual
a new
signal.
generation. So that's a new generation now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: though, we said Erica Kirk, we destroyed her. You know, 170 million views, right? Destroyed her. You know, and the bottom line, she's a
Fella,
laughing stock now, right? And so the bottom line is this, and what we're saying right now is we're going after people who are, and if you're a smart, and 50 Cent is backing them up too. She's mad at 50 because 50 supported too. Because we're tired of these white racists. If we see you born, we're smelling blood, and we see you weak and vulnerable, we're coming after you. You know, just like Afro Man did with that police department. You see that video he did with the pound cake shit. You know, lemon
So,
pound cake.
let me ask you. No, I want to go. I want to revisit back to the Nigerian South African. So let's say if I come to Nigeria, your neighborhood, right, and I made a lot of money, and I sleep with the Nigerian girls, and I speak out like, oh man, Nigerians are lazy. Like don't you think your people from your neighborhood is gonna rise up against me? You don't
No,
think so?
no, because you get it wrong. When Ghanaians came to Nigeria, some of them were doing good business. And man, they were married
No,
with
no, no, no,
Nigerian
no.
women.
I'm talking about like if I'm talking about forget about the. I'm talking about if I come to your place, right, and I'm making
Uh,
more money than the average local, right, and I just sleep with a woman over there too, and then I'm just saying, oh man, the average people are just lazy and this thing like that, and they heard it. You don't think it's gonna rub them off the wrong way?
hold on. Nigeria never said they're lazy. So when they start going after Nigerians, killing the Nigerians,
No,
I
but
didn't ask
you
you
said,
to make money.
hold
Let
on,
me
Lofi
tell you one
saying
thing.
that South Africans are the richest black people in Africa.
Let me tell you something.
Hold up, you know that, Kidola. South Africans are the richest black people on the continent. Black South
Where? How?
Africans.
Where?
They are because their economy.
Where?
You don't say like where. You don't say where how.
Hold up, the per capita income
because
in Nigeria. Hold up,
because
the per capita income in Nigeria is like $1,500 a year. And so South Africa is way
hold on,
higher.
hold on. If we see where the black South Africans are making more money than the Indians, that they don't bother enough to go. There's one Indian man YouTube starts saying that these Negroes do not dare come to their neighborhood, that the body will be piling up. They don't go there.
Yeah,
They
but
don't
like,
go
how
near these
about no, no,
people.
but look, I mean, look, Kidola, you're missing the point though. The thing is like, if the Nigerian guy that live in SA, he's doing like a professional job, like he's employing South Africans, treating them good, whatever he's doing, like whatever that he's doing, he's keeping it behind the scenes, not letting them see. Do you think they're gonna come and harass that person?
Yo,
I
Yeah,
don't
but
think so, bro.
hold up. Kidola, it says
I
right
don't think
here,
so, bro.
hold up, the GDP per capita of Nigeria is between $800 and $835. Now let's look at South
mhm.
Africa.
Kidola, everything is not really about people hate you because look at America. America, like a country that invite all immigrants. Look, but when Donald Trump saying that they don't want no illegal immigrant, yeah, Americans not really like that shit, bro. Even
Yeah,
some
but
Americans
that's
were
what I
like saying
said.
that they
That's what I
taking their
said, right?
jobs, and even Black
That's
Americans
what I
are saying
said.
the Africans are coming. They are replacing them. You don't think like people are going to think that way, though, Kidola.
Look. We made the mistake of saying what we have to just say the way it is. Black Americans are not Africans. South Africans don't even see themselves as Africans. You understand me?
Oh, whatever.
You,
Oh man, come on, man,
you,
Check this
Kidola,
out.
man,
hold on,
Let me
hold
say
on, hold
this.
on, hold on,
Let
hold
me
on,
say this.
hold on,
Let me say this.
hold on.
Okay. Now, South Africa's GDP per capita is $63 to $6,800 a year.
Who's
So
controlling the economy? Who's
what?
controlling the economy? Most of the
yeah, but
investment,
It
who
Kidola,
doesn't
owns
matter.
it?
It doesn't matter. We
Kidola,
got to put it
Kidola,
past it.
Kidola, if you say that, Kidola, if you say that, you
Per
just being,
capita, that's across the
Kidola, if you
board.
say, Kidola, if you say that, you're not just being honest. Like, okay, let's just speak about Nigeria
Look,
for instance. Kidola, let me give you an example. Kidola, let me give you
we,
one
we,
example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an
we,
example. Look at-
we are Ghanaians fight on the internet as we want, face to face, but we're still able to sit and say, brother, say, let's talk. Bring that part that you come.
Yeah,
Let's
but
do
okay,
this,
that's
let's do
right.
that.
You're right,
Right?
right. Ghanaians are not gonna like comment, ban your stuff. Yeah, this thing is
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that we are Ghanaians fight a lot on YouTube, on anything, but we're still able to sit and have a very good meal together. We might, after the meal, we might hold each other's shirt, but later we'll put hands on our shoulder again. It never had resort to uh, hitting somebody in
banning
the head
them,
or
beating
do on
people,
the
yeah,
other thing.
killing people. Yeah,
You
no, no,
understand me?
you don't hear that for sure, definitely.
Well, that was sure.
So even in
But
Ghana, like
these
in
two,
Ghana, like
but
they
these
did a
two
protest
people,
peacefully.
they
They
can
didn't burn
protest
no
as they
nothing.
want to want. At the end of the day, you just use telephone to call somebody. Tell Alpha, say, Omo Naija, where you dey? You understand me?
Yeah,
We there's a limit to this work. You understand me? And but with these two countries, when you see it on YouTube and something in real life, when I tell you that these things you see on YouTube, Zongo, is just because of YouTube now. This has been
hmm.
going on for years.
Oh,
But
for
because
real?
there's no YouTube to bring it out, people say, "Oh no, no." If I don't want to repeat myself. I've come across Black Americans in Europe, Zongo. I swear to God, they're not friendly. They're not friendly to Africans. They run
Yeah,
after these white women. They run after this white woman.
Kidola,
So I'm very friendly.
Kidola, it's not
I'm
all of
in,
them.
I'm in Kidola. I'm in Africa right now. So how you talking?
Yeah, understand. Zongo, let me just tell the truth. In Europe, right? Because these European women sometimes don't know the difference, right? They know the difference by the accent, but the character and the skill, right? If you come and meet them, right, they will tell you history. Sometimes they have children for this Black American. Sometimes they'll tell you, "Are you like those other people that you sleep with them, sleep with their sisters?"
Because
And they don't have.
Africans pretend to be Black Americans over there. That's true. I mean, like Mizu wasn't lying.
So these people, you see, they run after white women, and some of them ask these white women for cars. Others, oh, they don't like white women. You just lie. It's lie. In Germany, in Germany, after their military service, they don't want to come back to the United States. They tell you, "Oh man, I like be here, man. I like be here, man." Some of them become bouncers, clubs, and everything. Some of them,
yeah,
some of them run. You know, they have to survive. They have to survive by running with these white women. They have to survive like that because they don't have no job.
Yeah, but Kidola, if
when
you
you
live in
start seeing
America,
them, when you start seeing them talk about B1, B2, like you put this, look, they will be surprised you as Africa with a very beautiful white woman. They'll be very surprised. Then they'll be looking for how to come and knock that relationship. Like, hey, did you know it's not Black America? Eh? It's an African. They'll think they'll
oh,
call
for
you.
real, man. I don't know that dynamic though in a
I
foreign
swear to
country.
God, they call you African jungle brother. They call you it's
Yeah,
an
you know
African.
why?
It's
You
not
know why?
now. It's not now. It's not
You know
now. They've been doing it for a long time. You know,
you
but
know
like
why?
in YouTube and TikTok, you started seeing them like that. You understand me? That
You know why? Let me give you one point. Because still in America, an American baddie, right, who's white, that's baddie, she kind of feels herself, you know. But what did I notice? The European girls, man, even if they are baddie, they're very like they kind of very cultured people. They are not sassy. They don't feel themselves like they just very humble. Like even if they are baddie too, you get what I'm saying. So that's why you would say that it kind of surprised them when they see an African dating a baddie. Because that kind of baddie in America, oh hell no, it's gonna be a tough time for you to
but
kind of
they're
get
running
it.
after them. They're running after them. Those when I start saying that I really don't trust them, I know them. You think I'm just lying? I've been going on for a long time. This is it was at 90s, Zogo. 90s, I'm telling you this now, man. Early 90s, you start seeing that, you know, I'm not only on YouTube, TikTok, you start seeing them the way they are now. I swear to God, they call us monkeys over there. Nigeria and they don't have no good relationship in Europe at all. You know, Nigeria not even fighting themselves. The fuck out of this place. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's just the way it is. But when you start, oh, B1, I say, oh, B1, B2. Who are they? If you come to Holland, they also like that. Only the Holland people, they colonize other blacks like Suriname, Curacao. So they don't give a fuck about Black America at all. So, oh yeah, I'm an American. And so what? You get what I'm saying? Because Holland doesn't deal with this kind of because they colonized Germany. Germany is very scared of them. Germany is very scared of America, big time. Let me just be honest to you. They're very scared because they're colonizing there. They have a lot of bases there. So when you say Americanish, boom, you feel me? You know, and before those women understand, they start having children, the man will run. Whether the man want to sleep with the woman's sister and her friends. Sometimes even the mother even. The culture doesn't have limit, doesn't have taboo. They will do with this start knowing us as African, but you are different. That's what they start. Man, look, white chicks, I understand them, you understand me. Not always good anyway. But I prefer to deal with the white chick than deal with the Black American woman. I'm not gonna lie to you. For what? What are you gonna tell you?
I mean,
Nothing.
you had a bad experience. Hey, Kidola, look, you know what? I can't fault you, man, because you seem to have a bad experience with them, and I can't judge your experience, right? I mean, similarly to you can also have to judge the experience of Kala when he makes it in comments, though. That's his
Yeah, but
experience.
I think Kala batching Nigerians anyhow, bro. bashing
because
Nigerians like crazy.
they try to spin the narrative, and kind of is just not allowing them to spin the narrative. But
Okay,
sometimes Nigerians spin the narrative too. Sometimes
I
because like
understand, yeah, but
there's a lot
Zogo,
of them. There's a lot of them on social media because they're a lot, and they speak more, and they might their narrative. People might believe that narrative is the right narrative. You get what I'm
Zo-
saying?
Zo- Zogo. The
Yeah.
ones that are coming to Africa to look for boyfriends or husbands, these are rejected Black Americans.
Yeah.
These are the worst of the worst. Sometimes some of them have a lot of kids. Sometimes nobody wants these people for 10 years.
No,
They have no boyfriend.
but
They have
It
they have
depends though, because
alternatives.
look, sometimes you might live in a state, you don't really want to go to relocate in a different state, where there's a possibility that you might find someone that likes you. Some people just don't want to do that. They just want to live in their own zone, and if they live in their state, they don't find nobody. They feel like, oh, you know what? Let me just go to a foreign country. They don't want to go to whole different states. It just kind of depends though, Kidola. Because I've known people like that. I've never been to all the states in America. Like they look way pretty, but they're like, okay, if they can't find it in their own state, they just want to go to Africa. They
They should
don't
go
want to
to
try.
they should go
They
to
don't want
they
to.
should go to they should go to Canada and look for
Yeah, they
not
don't want
take
to try it in a. They don't want to try different states. Some people just don't want to do it, man. They don't. They're like they
they
assume
should just
everywhere it's like that.
they should just go to Canada and look for their Black boyfriends there. So that the people
Just
that really know them, because I still believe they're coming to Africa to fool these African boys.
yeah, yeah, like you do,
Zongo,
man. Yeah.
Zongo, who would you choose between Black American and white women?
Oh, well, the white woman in America, she's just like the black American woman, bro. I'm just not gonna lie to you. I will, hey, Kidola, man, because I date all of them over here in America, and none of them they're not that different, bro. I'm telling you
So
this.
that's all
Look,
right.
Kidola,
Okay.
look, I knew someone who was white over here, right? And she's actually living with a boyfriend in the same house and everything. And they had a little misunderstanding. And she just texted me that she just come and she just want to come be at my place.
Hmm.
It's
I
American thing,
understand.
bro.
I
Yeah, like
understand.
come on. And I'm
I
thinking like,
understand
damn,
that.
like if you with your boyfriend, bro, like you can do that shit to me too. God damn it, you get what you're saying? So it's just an
Yeah, I
American
got you.
thing.
I got you because I got
They have that individual right. You can tell me what to do. It's still my body. Like you can't
because I
just
just
show
say
what I
kind of like to batch us a lot. And Africa is like a punching bag for them. I don't know why. You,
like
you
to do
know.
about
Yo,
you
yo,
doing
yo,
that.
yo, I don't look. I bash Black America. Dongo, tell him who I bash most.
Man, Calabash black Americans all the time, bro.
I bash everybody. I'm a culture
Calabash,
kid.
Calabash black Americans, man. Like Calabash, the FBAs, man. Look, Kidola, even the guys that you have issues with are actually the FBAs, and can't even bash them more, bro.
I'm
You know.
not FBA.
And Kidola, you gotta understand that America is like, cause even the Africans over here, like, look, I went to see Africans on TikTok talking about looks maxing and those things. Like, where does it come from, bro? Looks maxing, trying to have like
Yeah.
some different kind of nose, like a slanty nose. Like these are all like white people's talking point, bro. Like they're brainwashed. If you live in America that long, man.
Zogo, Zogo, you're right because right now those shit is not. We Africans actually don't.
Well, hold on. I see the FBA guy the other day say, he goes, we're delineating. He goes, if you step up here and your hairline line goes back to the 50s, whatever, hairline.
Yeah, but Kido, have you heard about the looks maxing before? Have you heard about the looks maxing?
Yeah, that clavicular.
No,
No,
because
no.
I'm
I'm
not
actually.
really used to. I'm not
Kido,
really used to people describing
have you heard of
people on the
have you
shape
heard of that
or
term
the
before?
way they look.
Looks maxing? Kido, have you heard of
No,
that term before? Like just like
no.
to kind of like to dress your face to kind of look pretty, to look attractive to a woman. there's a video of like an African guy on TikTok saying like, "Oh, this is how you can look to have this jawline, to look your nose gotta look in a certain kind of way." Like this are white people's talking point, bro. Like I'm yes, bro. I'm telling you this. So in other words,
I
they're
never
trying to
really
say like
describe.
have
Yeah,
have
you're right, Zogo. I've seen now Africans kind of like see fall into this kind of like you know, you have to look one kind and everything, which we know when we were growing up, they never really taught us
yeah, this is
look.
not an African thing, bro. Like you know, like it's not an
We
African thing.
yeah,
But
they taught us everybody's beautiful and that you're skinny or you're big. You understand me?
you
That's
know,
what
like
they
look,
passed through our
I
brain.
met this guy, an African dude that was raised in Canada. If you look at this, it's an average West African dude, bro. But in the West, he says he's not a pretty dude, bro. And he wants to do a looks max and to change his nose size. Look, man, it's a different ball game out here, bro. Like
Yeah,
I'm
I've seen
telling you this.
where no Zongo. I've seen where some blacks or Africans started taking steroids, having big muscles because they want to go towards some attract some certain women. You know what I
Yeah, even
mean?
yeah. Even
You
their
know,
nose,
I
like
told
they don't want
them,
to have a broad nose. They want to change their nose
yeah, you
shape
know,
and
I told
everything.
them, no matter what the way you look like,
It
all
kind
this
of
artificial looking will
that
fail
Kigo
you. All
says,
this
drop
artificial
the
looking
link.
will fail
Kind of.
you. All this artificial looking will fail you one day. Why must you go and take steroids to have big muscles and attract who do you want to attract? You understand me? Still, somebody must still not like you just because you're too big in muscles. You understand me? What I try to say is this: is somebody will, we're all beautiful. We all have somebody who will like us. You
Oh,
feel me?
well, Makala, man, that's Africa, bro. In America, man, you gotta look a certain kind of way for you to be attracted to a woman. Like, if you want to be attractive, if you want a woman to like you,
Zongo in
you gotta
Nigeria,
prove on you.
Zongo in Nigeria. When I was growing up, right, they don't like tall men like that. They call us dongo. You know,
I
because
know, but Kidola. I grew up in Ghana, man. Tall men was not a thing, bro. I came to America like,
bro,
damn. So it's a big thing. It's a big thing out here. It's a Western thing, bro. Even short
they call
girls were having. Look, when I was in high school, Kidola, the shortest guy dated the tallest girl, man. I swear to God, bro. It's like people don't see it as a big thing, but in the
yeah.
West, height, you gotta be tall, you gotta be this, you gotta be that, you know.
Zongo, you speak Hausa. They call us
Hmm.
what called dogo, dogo.
Yeah,
Not called
Dogu, yeah,
dogo.
Dogu,
They
yeah,
say
Dogu,
dogo.
yeah,
They call
Dogu,
you
yeah,
dogo.
yeah, Dogu, yeah. You're right. Yeah, it
So,
was not a big
so
thing though.
so
But here, like,
height in Africa was never really. Poor people in Africa never really getting getting the flower like that. Yes,
yeah. That's what I'm telling
and
you. Like, yeah,
if you tall, you
You-
poor.
you-
If you tall, you poor. You the worst.
yeah, like it doesn't guarantee that you're gonna get a pretty woman. No. I think if you had money, then you can have a pretty like if you're successful or you come from a good family,
Yeah, some people,
then you might get
me
somebody.
personally, I got pretty girls, and I never had money. You know, so, so
Yeah,
it was what it
exactly.
was.
Yeah. It's not
So,
really about.
That was still going on now in Africa. If you're money like you're like Michael Jackson, it doesn't mean you have to be tall.
Yeah, you
You
don't have to be
know,
tall. Yeah, but here, like if you're tall, man, if you go out, like if you like the nightlife and you're tall, yeah, you the hottest cake over there, bro.
yeah, I saw that on the Zongo. I saw that on
That's
Zongo.
why I
I
was
saw that
telling you,
on
man. I
in
don't know. Yeah. That's why, like, I'm
no
telling you,
Zongo. I
like,
saw that on. I saw that on first in Europe, man. You know, I came
yeah.
into a club. I came into a club. Really, I didn't expect. You know, 'cause my mind never read you based on height or shape. I came into his club, man. Within five, as I came in, you know, some of these chicks by the doorpost, they just turn, you
Yeah,
know, and look at me like, huh, who's this guy?
that's what
And
I'm telling you.
that was the first time I'm going to a club in Europe.
hold up. Should I let IC3 up? I really don't want to hear about reparations. You know, the
I
only
mean, let him
thing,
out, man. Let him out, man. Let him out,
only thing it does, I know you like it. But the only thing it does is make me angry. You know,
Caliban.
the whole fucking thing makes me angry. When people talk about it, they see it sitting around. When it just seems.
Oh, actually, the guy, the Caribbean dude from London, that guy.
Yeah.
Oh man, come on, man, let him out, bro.
Okay, well, whatever.
I promise. Greetings. I promise not to talk about reparations. What are we talking about?
I don't want. I really don't.
We're talking about Liberia, the land of hope.
No, I'll talk about anything with them goddamn reparations.
Yeah. Before you go to, hey, I was gonna say like what I said in America, like they're gonna choose someone like you, because some of the women, even including the black one, they're looking at you like they're like, oh, you can give me like a basketball kid, bro, to go to the NBA, bro. I'm telling you, Kidola, man, if you ain't in America, you ain't not gonna be an issue, bro. They're gonna like you, bro. I'm telling you, 6'8", you gonna be a hot cake. I'm telling you this, bro. I'm telling you.
Where? In where?
In America. He says he's 6'8". His height 6'8".
Oh right. Oh yeah. Good seed.
Even in London, right? Even in London, bro. Yeah. Everyone's gonna be watching. I'm like, damn, this dude is tall, man. So the woman just looking at you like, oh, he can have me. A kid that's gonna play NBA.
Yeah.
No. Don't go forward for that. Now NBA was my target when I was playing basketball.
But I'm
when I
just
become
saying,
like 25, when I become like 25, I lost hope of that shit.
The white women will get you first.
Yeah, exactly. So I think okay, Kido, you heard what he said? You heard what he said?
What is that? What is it?
I see the whites is gonna get you first.
White.
Yeah, because I was being approached by them a lot.
Of course, they want the seed, good seed.
Yes, because that's what they
I don't like. The British whites are one of the most ugliest people I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they know. The British whites they're not beautiful, but the Germans are the same.
Germans, Germans are the same.
What about
the German whites? The Dutch are far more beautiful, man. They're tall. They ride bicycle a lot.
Yeah, you're right. I was on TikTok, like following this girl, this Slavic girl from New York. She's in Netherlands. Yeah, we had like a great convo on TikTok. And she say the same thing. They write back to like they like the bike culture over there.
It's
the
Slavic people are different. They're Eastern European, Russian, Ukrainian.
I see she's a Slavic girl from New York. She lives in Netherlands.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah. They drive bicycle a lot, and they far more. They're down to earth anyway. They're far more honest also. The British, like everybody have beautiful in them, but I think the worst one you ever see is a German woman, man. They got no style at all in dressing and everything,
They lost the war, so those people kill you. Kill you.
I know.
Yeah.
I know what life to you. The British, their sausage and everything have made them out of most of them out of bread, out of shit. True. I'm just telling you the truth.
You have to travel. You travel a lot then. If you travel, you can see and compare.
I see everything.
I don't travel so much.
The Hungarians women are very beautiful too. They're like the Dutch also, Well, the truth of the matter is you can be wherever you want to be, you can love whatever you want to love. So don't make that mistake, man. You have to look for yourself a beautiful white American woman. You live in the States, man. They'll cooperate with you and build life with you. You can take the guy that you can be successful people also.
Whenever a white person is having,
it kind of really depends.
Whenever a white person is having sex with a black person or an African, it's rape, even according to law.
Huh?
Oh man, come on, man! Let's stop this shit, bro, man. Come on, man.
What are you talking
about?
Always
like
You got to understand power when it comes to sex. Talk about power as you know sex. You know women.
ICT,
Right.
ICT. You live in London, right? You know, if those London Jamaicans or whatever those black bleach want to put you in problem, they can easily put you in problem also. You might be dating them. You go on the wrong side. She can also claim that you rape her, so you go be in jail.
The
It's
girl
not
that
like the white people at all.
the girl that trying to call the cops on me was a black girl, man. Stop it, bro.
Yeah,
Two
you
black
know. So
Americans trying to call the cops on me. I'm not
the
buying this
black
whole
girl,
race bullshit,
black
bro.
girl couple you. They call couple you.
They trying to like frame me up, man.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you're right. You're both right. But all sexual relationships, black or white, any color, is managed directly or indirectly by the white supremacists. All
no,
of it.
there's nothing like white. So look,
Oh
there's nothing like
man,
white supremacists.
oh my god, man. I should do,
Look,
man.
Yeah,
look, think about it.
I
If you're
still one thing that I agree with you on is that you said like the IMF has to be decentralized. It doesn't have to be controlled.
what?
That's one thing that I agree with you on that.
What?
Or the World Bank or whatever, right? But
yeah,
come on,
because
man.
Right?
you know money. You know when you said
Master.
fall out with women, I bet you anytime you fall out with women, it's about money, one way or the other. It always comes down to money. What is the relationship between sex and money? Think about it. So when we talk about IMF, you're talking about sex as well. Think about it.
ICT.
How are you going to separate
ICT.
them? How do you separate the two, sex and money? How do you separate them?
ICT.
Oh man, why they gotta be sex, bro, all the time, bro?
ICT. You're black bricks, right? Please. I think would you just forget about this? Whatever you're selling here now, it does not. We just forget about it.
I
There's
should
nothing
do,
like
man. Man,
there's nothing like wise. There's nothing
I
like
gotta
white
follow your channel,
supremacy.
man. Do you always like are you kind of like on a Pan African? Because Carlos says he's not a Pan African though. IC3, man. He went to
Say that again?
Liberia. Wait, Carlos went to Liberia.
Yeah.
He's been there for a couple of I think weeks.
Holiday.
Yeah, he's still in Liberia now. He's gonna be
If I
back.
were the president,
He's gonna come back
if I
home
were the
very soon.
president of if
And
I
I
were the
think
president of Liberia, I would deport Kala.
and he no, I mean for the most part, I mean Kala has been great, bro. I mean Kala like he likes Liberia. Like you see, he kind of like have empathy for Liberians. He kind of like simple even like when the
Because he's
Liberian dude
married.
that died, that Liberian dude
He's
that died
married
in
there.
Ghana. The Liberian dude that died in Ghana, he sympathized with the Liberians over the Ghanaians, man.
Yeah, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Come on, he's American. He's got money. Like they love it when he comes. Come on.
No, but
it's not even that. It's the bottom line. I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course. Of course, I feel like you're at home.
Look, I'll do the same thing. Look,
to make you feel
if I was
home.
an American man and a Black American family like see me as one of them, like I'm gonna support their cause.
This is probably the only place in Africa I probably will feel like this.
Look, Zongo.
You gotta go to Angola though. That's where you come from.
Yeah, maybe Angola, but the language barrier. But
Zongo.
Right now,
what do you expect?
Liberia is all I know. I'm going to Angola next year, so we'll see.
Zongo, what do you expect? Kala is married there. Their family there.
Do you
want him to turn against? Do you want him to turn against his family that they have there? That can never happen. So he's always going to be pro Liberia. Just like some of us like salad and walnut and apple pie.
but you gotta understand, Kidola. That's how Black Americans, even they are women too. If they are dating you, and they know she knows her man comes from maybe like Nigeria or Ghana, she's not gonna let you insult. Like, I know, like on YouTube they have some that are married, they talk trash, but in person, what I've seen, those women that had like they dated Ghanaians or they had like Nigerian baby mamas, they always speak highly of their men in the country where they come from. That's one thing that I noticed.
Yeah, because that's where their loyalty and that love at that moment, because they have these men at home, they're seeing them every time. This says if you see the sometimes they will have the same type of behavior sometimes, because that's where they cooperate or move around the world. You can't
Yeah, I think
really.
sometimes African men too, like, consider a black American man, like, he
I
did like
watch YouTube.
multiple,
I see
he
some Ghanaians with some. I
Come
see
on,
some Ghanaians with some white.
how many African men in Liberia can match Carla when he arrives with his goodies
No,
and
no,
his
don't, no,
presents
no,
from US?
don't say that. Don't say that. What you have to understand is they don't. Those people don't compare themselves with Kala. And Kala also don't compare themselves with them. It doesn't come like that in their mind. You understand me? You don't
How do
want
you
to
mean?
look.
How do
why
you
we want
mean?
to? But actually, Theo, why we want to do? Carlos just said that when he was in Liberia, he just felt a sense of community over there. Like
Aha.
the
You
kids
don't
call
compare
him
yourself financially with
uncle.
them.
Yeah, yeah. The kids call him uncle. Like he
Aha.
sees
That's what
certain
they
things
like.
that he's not seeing in America. I mean, he's actually praising a sense of community that he's not seeing in America. Like, come on, why are we trying to
That
make it
you,
a
Zogo.
competition, man? Like, let's not do
No,
that, bro.
he's not making competition with them. He feel at home there. You have a wife
Exactly.
there.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
have
yeah,
all
yeah.
kind of
you've
things
got
there.
that,
So
but when he arrives, he's arriving with reputation. He's
No,
arriving with
but I don't listen.
dollars.
He's
His
saying
power.
that.
He's
He,
arriving with
yeah, but come
power,
on, man.
and he's got
Why
memory.
you always gonna speak from a Western mind? He just said that he's seen people over there with no money and they're happy, bro. You gotta listen to what he's saying, bro. Come on. They don't
People,
have nothing, but they're happy. They don't have nothing, but they're happy. Or he said that, he see kids, they want to charge their phone. People help people, man. Just come and charge at my room. Like people don't. He's not
all right,
seeing that
okay,
thing in America, man. He's like, damn, like, is there something? Like he's kind of feeling, oh man, he understand. Oh, he sees why they say it takes a community to raise a child. Come
right.
on, man. Yeah.
if that way feel comfortable, that's where heart is. It does not mean so you can't really change anything for a man who feel comfortable in a place. You can change his heart. If he comfortable in Liberia, he has family there. That Kala would never speak against Liberia like that because his heart is there.
There's
You
no
Yeah.
understand me?
reason
No
to.
matter you would say it,
There's no reason to speak
So
against.
But
that's why he's blasting Nigeria.
Ghana only likes Liberia because its ancestors. That's where they went. you know. imagine if his ancestors came to Nigeria. But I don't know how Ghana's gonna feel like that about that though. Because I know like they brought the Afro Brazilians.
I kill myself for whoever made me. I kill myself for whoever made me.
Kala, Kala, what did Nigeria do to you, Kala?
No, man. Look, bottom line, look, I used to be a big fan of Nigeria, right? Because I had so much high hopes in the '90s under Abacha that I was going to get it together. Nigeria's going to be this superpower, blah blah blah.
Yeah, but that's true.
It
Yeah.
did not happen, man. I'm so
Yeah, Kala, I understand, Kala.
And
We are
that's one thing.
disappointed about Kala, the way you feel sometimes, right? Nigeria even far more deep than that. You understand me? Because let's just be honest. If you see, yeah, you're right. Our leaders blow up a lot of things. They carry the money to London, to America, and some of this lead in their hometown, they can't even build
what I don't
hospital.
understand, is this: Vietnam didn't have oil, right? Now it's a thriving, industrialized, high developed country. They're building new smart cities. That's how advanced they are. How the fuck did that happen? Nigeria claims it has all this education, that oil, stuff like that, and it's still fucking behind. I don't get it,
Yeah, because they still when you government, right? These people always tell you all kind of shit, right? They use the military, you see, they weaponize poverty, hunger against these civilians that came, these so-called civilians that came, right? Do you know what they do systematically? They weaponize hunger or poverty to weaken the population. The population don't even know how to protest anymore. You understand me? The population, when I was in school inside 90s, university, we do protest against Babangida Abacha at that time. And do you know what? That was even the best period of Nigeria. The best period of
So
Nigeria.
let me ask you though, like, why is that? In recent time, we've been hearing a lot of like just bomb. Is it why is
Yeah,
like
because this
if
because
anytime
this
Nigerians, let me finish. Let me ask my question. anytime Nigeria is approaching like an election season, it has to be like